Namaste, good morning, and Jai Jagannath to everybody present here today. Welcome to Odisha, the soul of incredible India, a land where the echoes of ancient hymns meet the precision of modern science. Known for its magnificent sun-drenched temples, exquisite architecture, and a rich tapestry of cultural heritage, this state has always been a sanctuary for seekers of knowledge and truth. Today, I stand at the intersection of philosophy, science, and human experience as we inaugurate this two-day international conference organized by the School of Humanities, Social Sciences and Management at Indian Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar, in collaboration with Bhaktivedanta Institute, Bhubaneswar. The theme, Thought, Perception and Reality, invites us to explore the very fabric of our consciousness and the world we inhabit. Over the next 2 days, we aim to bridge diverse disciplines to find a deeper understanding of our shared experience. We are very pleased to have with us our esteemed dignitaries for our inaugural ceremony. We have our esteemed chief guest, Professor Andrew Briggs, Emeritus Professor from the University of Oxford, who took the time to be present with us today. And we are also humbled to have with us our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Mahapatra, recipient of Padma Shri Award 2025. We also have with us the Director of IIT Bhubaneswar, Professor Shripad Karmalkar, Sri Vasudev Rao, President of Bhaktivedanta Institute, Kolkata. We also have with us Dr. Amrita Satpathy, Head of School of Humanities, Social Sciences and Management, IIT Bhubaneswar, and our conference conveners, Dr. Aparna Pandey and Dr. Shritama Mishra. Welcome, everybody. To mark the auspicious beginning of ICT PR 2025, we shall now proceed with the sustainable and eco-friendly practice of watering the plant, a symbol of life, growth, and enlightenment. I would request the dignitaries to begin the auspicious occasion by watering the plant. Sir, if you could all kindly come to the... And I would like the volunteers to kindly help. I would request everybody to kindly stand up and photo.
या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Along with it, we humbly offer flowers to Srila Prabhupada, founder of Bhaktivedanta Institute, honoring his tireless efforts in spreading divine wisdom. We will also be offering a floral tribute to Dr. T.D. Singh, the founding director of Bhaktivedanta Institute, remembering his profound bridge between science and spirituality. Dr. T.D. Singh was a pioneering leader in the global science-spirituality dialogue, uniquely integrating rigorous scientific inquiry with the Bhaktivedanta philosophical tradition. As director of the Bhaktivedanta Institute, he founded leading publications as Savvigyanam and Tattvagyanam and organized landmark international conferences that brought together scientists, spiritual leaders, and Nobel laureates on a common platform. Through his life and work, Dr. Singh inspired generations to seek the ultimate reality through a harmonious synthesis of scientific method and spiritual wisdom. Now I would request all the dignitaries to kindly take the stage and be seated on the dais. Thank you, everybody, for standing. Just as we nurtured this sapling with water to help it grow, may this conference nurture our collective wisdom and allow the seeds of our new ideas to flourish into a greener and more thoughtful future. We are also pleased to have our keynote speakers with us in person today. Professor Narayanan Srinivasan from IIT Kanpur, Professor Pius V. Thomas from Assam University Silchar, Professor Shishir Roy from NIAS Bangalore, Professor Matthew Chandrakunel, JIS University Kolkata, Dr. Nessin Matthew Shibin from Christ University Bangalore, and Sri Varun Agarwal from the Organizing Institute, Bhaktivedanta Institute. Thank you all for your presence today. Before we move on, I want to share with you that for this conference, we have been honored to receive good wishes from the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, and the Honorable Governor of Orissa, Dr. Hari Babu Kambampati. Their gracious messages have been included in the first page in the Book of Abstracts, which we will unveil in a few minutes' time. They have given this conference a new height and encouragement. Their wishes have made this occasion truly special and have filled us all with a profound sense of privilege. Now I request all our dignitaries to officially release the Book of Abstracts, which represents the collective intellectual contributions of our eminent speakers and the participants. I request all the dignitaries to kindly stand up and hold the book in their hand so that we can have a photograph, and please unveil the Book of Abstracts. Can I have a big round of applause for everybody? Thank you, everybody. Gratitude is the memory of the heart. We shall now formally welcome and felicitate our guests. May I now request our Director Sir, Professor Shripad Karmalkar, to welcome our Chief Guest, Professor Briggs, with a token of appreciation. I also request our Director Sir to welcome and felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Mahapatra, with a token of appreciation for their presence and contribution to the academic community. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. To begin the program, I invite Dr. Aparna Pandey, one of the organizing conveners whose hard work has brought this gathering to life, to come forward and deliver the welcome address. Ma'am.
Thank you, Iman. Distinguished chief guest, Professor Andrew Briggs, Guest of Honor, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Mahapatra, Respected Director Sir, Professor Shripad Karmalkar, Head of the School of Humanities, Social Sciences and Management, Dr. Amrita Satpathy, eminent keynote speakers, delegates, participants, and our faculty colleagues and scholars. A very good morning and warm welcome to opening ceremony of this International Conference on Thought, Perception and Reality. It is a special moment for us when so many brilliant minds gather representing the vanguard of philosophy, cognitive science, and psychology converging in one space. It is a distinct honor to welcome our chief guest, Professor Andrew Briggs, Professor of Nanomaterials at the University of Oxford. Professor Briggs, your work at the frontier of quantum technologies and your deep inquiries into the nature of information and reality provide the perfect scaffolding for this conference. We look forward to your insights on how the building blocks of matter influence the structures of our reality. We are equally privileged to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mahapatra. Dr. Mahapatra, as a legendary neurosurgeon, your insights into the human brain, the biological organ of perception, bridge the gap between clinical science and the mystery of consciousness. We would like to extend our very warm welcome to our director, Sir, Professor Shripad Karmalkar. Under your visionary leadership, this institute has become a beacon of technical excellence that does not shy away from the big question. Sir, your support in fostering the environment for deep inquiry has made this international conference possible. We also express our deep gratitude to head of the school, Dr. Amrita Satpathy. We appreciate your dedication to fostering an interdisciplinary environment where the humanities are seen as essential to science. We are deeply proud to welcome our keynote speakers, Professor Narayanan Srinivasan, Professor Shishir Roy, Professor Pius Thomas, Professor Matthew Chandrakanal, Dr. Nessin Matthew, and Shri Varun Agrawal. You are the architect of the conference's intellectual program. Representing the frontiers of cognitive science, philosophy, psychology, neuroscience, your presence transforms this hall into the global laboratory of ideas. We eagerly await your lectures, guiding us through the complexities of consciousness and the mechanisms of belief. Most importantly, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our participants and scholars. You are the essence of this conference. While the dignitaries provide the vision, the keynote provides the framework. It is your research, your question, and your presentations that will turn these 2 days into living dialogue. Your presence here signifies a shared commitment to the pursuit of truth. This interdisciplinary conference is more than an academic exercise. It is an attempt to synthesize the how of the brain with the why of the mind. In an era of rapid digital transformation, understanding the interface between our thought, the perception of our senses, and the ultimate reality of the universe is the most significant challenge of our time. To every participant and delegate, I encourage you to be vocal, to be curious, and to challenge the boundaries of your own disciplines. With great honor, I once again welcome our dignitaries, our speakers, our vibrant participants. I wish you all a deeply transformative, intellectually rewarding conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for those inspiring words and encouragement. We are now privileged to have Dr. Amrita Satpathy, the head of the School of Social Sciences, Humanities and Management, to introduce the school to the gathering.
Thank you, Iman. Namaskar, everyone, and very good morning. Very warm welcome to all of you present here, the dignitaries on the dais, the wonderful minds, the audience, our wonderful scholars who've been so proactive and helpful, and my wonderful colleagues as well. So it gives me immense pleasure to introduce you to my school, the School of Humanities, Social Sciences and Management at IIT Bhubaneswar. The Indian Institute of Technology Bhubaneswar officially began its journey from IIT Kharagpur in 2008. The School of HSS&M was established along with all other schools in 2009 when IIT Bhubaneswar became operational as an independent institute in the city of Bhubaneswar. It is a matter of pride that we, as a school, have grown incredibly fast in 16 years. We have brought together 4 major disciplines: economics, English, philosophy, and psychology, and we don't just keep them in silos. With 19 faculty members and over 75 scholars, the school pulsates with youthful energy and intellectual synergy. Beyond our PhD programs, we have introduced ITEP programs. The school now offers a BSc B.Ed degree in economics. Our core mission is to provide our students with the analytic and cultural toolkit they need to thrive, not just in their careers, but in every aspect of their lives. Our research dives into some fascinating intersections, from the way our brains process language and consumer behavior to the deep ethics of artificial intelligence, to social policy, public and private values, technological development, and literature and feminist philosophy. The school has actively organized national and international conferences, Gyan programs, workshops, faculty development programs, invited lectures, and interaction sessions with experts from the academia and the industry. As we begin the final conference of the year, I wish to convey my heartiest congratulations to Dr. Shitama Mishra and Dr. Aparna Pandey from the school and Shri Jitun Dhal from Bhaktivedanta Institute Bhubaneswar for putting together such a timely conference. The title, Thought, Perception and Reality, is apt and very pertinent and warrants some serious deliberations. I believe it's going to push us all to rethink how we see the world and our relationship with it. The conference is going to cover a gamut of topics ranging from the big theological questions of God and consciousness to the hard science of quantum reality and artificial intelligence. Whether we are talking about psychological barriers or 21st century utopias, I'm sure there is something here for everyone. To our organizers, Bhaktivedanta Institute Bhubaneswar, thank you for your support and motivation, and a big round of applause for the volunteers who have worked tirelessly towards the fruition of the event. My heartiest gratitude to Professor Shripad Karmalkar, our honorable and esteemed director, for helping us and for being a source of constant support and motivation. And I wish you all a very successful and thought-provoking conference. To our guests, I hope you truly enjoy your time on our beautiful and green campus. It's a lovely time to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for introducing the school, your lovely words. I hope everybody's feeling a little motivated now. Moving on, now we have the privilege to have with us a leader in the study of consciousness and science. I invite Sri Vasudev Rao, President of Bhaktivedanta Institute, to briefly introduce the institute. Sir, I'll hand over the microphone to you. Yes, or you can come here. We'll hand over the microphone to you. Can we please give him the microphone?
ॐ अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. Respected dignitaries on the dais and the delegates and the speakers, it is a great privilege and pleasure to join this unique conference. This kind of theme of the conference we are seeing first time And we'd like to thank the IIT Bhubaneswar School of Humanities, Social Sciences and Management for collaborating with the Bhaktivedanta Institute in organizing this conference. Dear friends, this is the age of science and technology. Today, even the philosophy and spirituality cannot escape the rigor of scientific method and validation. This is the situation. French phenomenological philosopher Maurice Merleau-Ponty remarked, "A science without philosophy would literally not know what it was talking about. A philosophy without methodological exploration of phenomena would end up with nothing but formal truths." So this is precisely the dichotomy, and human experience is a meeting point of science and philosophy, and you can say spirituality, because you cannot catch the human experience by instruments, but our own consciousness is a witness. So therefore, schools of humanities and social sciences within the IITs have great responsibility and significance in this context to bring scientific rigor to humanities with due respect to their spirit and essence. Bhaktivedanta Institute is working in this direction to bring together science and Indian Vedic philosophy for last 50 years under the leadership of Dr. T.D. Singh. Despite the remarkable progress of modern science, the central mystery of consciousness remains unresolved. As scientific models increasingly indicate the connection between observer and observed, it becomes evident that a comprehensive understanding of reality must take alternative paradigms of consciousness research seriously, not just as an emergent byproduct, but as key ontological dimension. This open approach, led by our founding director, Dr. T.D. Singh, continues to guide the research of the Bhaktivedanta Institute. Indian knowledge systems, especially Vedic knowledge systems, have profound paradigms to describe and connect our inner and outer worlds. When combined with cutting-edge modern research, they have potential to lead to fundamental breakthroughs that are relevant to philosophy, science, and our life. In science and philosophy, we generally deal with the questions of to what extent does the mind perceive the world as it truly is? To what extent does it construct the world it perceives? And what is the mechanism of our perception? However, we do not find a satisfactory answer to this question, to the question why the world and our perception apparatus are so constructed that we have a meaningful world and experience. Spirituality can help us have meaningful awareness to these purpose questions. Take the example of a computer game. We may philosophize it in the terms of pixels on the screen and number of frames the screen changes per second, and then our eyes and brain which interpret the frames as the motion. One may say that there is neither a car nor the motion of it, of car and race, motion of car and computer game. One may say that there is neither a car nor the motion of it in a car race computer game. However, the game is purposed to give us the experience and entertainment of the car and the race. This indicates that the car and race exist in the real world we live in, and that we are capable of and are very interested in such a perception. Thoughts and experience. Perception, thoughts and experience. Similarly, the thoughts that are the result of perception and reality only indicate the existence of more real or absolute world where there is reality which we are capable of, its perception and experience. Bhagavad Gita indicates that there is an absolute realm of which this world is a shadow. न तद् भाष्यते सूर्यो न शशांक न पावकः यद्गत्वा नानुवर्तन्ते तद्धधाम परमं मम. The supreme abode of mind is not illuminated by the sun or moon, nor by fire or electricity. Those who reach it never return to this material world. So, time is very little. So, therefore, the Bhaktivedanta Institute is organizing such kind of events from last 50 years, and we are celebrating actually 50 years now. And this event is also part of this 50-year celebrations. And more about the Bhaktivedanta Institute, you can refer to the book, and we have bookstall outside. And I would like to thank everyone who is involved in this conference, organizing and participating, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And I wish the proceeding of this conference will inspire new research into the thought, perception, and reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for introducing the Institute to the audience. It is now my distinct honor to invite our patron and director of IIT, Bhubaneswar, Professor Shripad Karmalkar, sir, to address the gathering. I'll hand over the mic to sir.
I think I'll prefer to stand.
Okay, sir.
I'm very pleased to inaugurate this international conference on thought, perception, and reality. For those of you who have come to our campus for the first time, let me give you a quick introduction. Those of you who have come to the campus for the first time, can you please raise your hands? So there is a large number. So tell you quickly, though IIT started in 2008, this particular campus, people moved in around 2016. And today we have about 50,000 fruit and flower trees planted on the campus. Had this been summer, you could have gone around plucking mangoes, but seasonal fruits are there. So a number of fruits, guava, then jamun, right? Cashew nut, apart from mangoes. And of course, a number of different flowers. But this is a very good time when we get migratory birds. In fact, last year, we brought out a calendar showing all the flora and fauna of the campus. And you would have noticed this particular hill that is called the Barune Hill. This is a very historic place in the sense that in 1817, this was the site of a rebellion against the British, 40 years before 1857. So now and we have about 3,500 students, 220 faculty and 170 staff. I think with that short introduction, let me talk about the topic, that is thought, perception, and reality. Now to ground these abstract concepts, I will take forward from Swamiji. Let us consider a scene familiar to many of us in the campus, standing at dusk in our scenic and serene campus, witnessing a breathtaking sunset beside the Barune Hill. From a Western philosophical perspective, so let's look at it from two different perspectives. Aurobindo has said, education is not about learning diverse subjects. Education is not about learning diverse subjects. It is about learning diverse ways to the same subject. So let's look at this from two different perspectives. One is the Western philosophical perspective and Indian philosophical perspective. We're looking at the sunset from these 2 points of view. Reality, from the Western perspective, is a physical mass of the hill and the atmospheric scattering of light, an objective event occurring independently of the observer. Perception is the sensory bridge. Your eyes capture the crimson hues and your brain processes them. Thought is the analytical eye that categorizes the experience. This is a beautiful evening. This is the legacy of René Descartes, who famously declared, I think, therefore I am. In this tradition, thinking mind is the proof of existence and the primary tool of mastering the world. Let's look at another perspective. From the Indian philosophical viewpoint, the sunset is not an object out there to be studied, but a shared field of consciousness. Reality is the underlying being that allows both the hill and the observer to exist. Thought is viewed as vritti, a ripple on the surface of lake of consciousness. If your mind is busy thinking about tomorrow's schedule while looking at the Barunai hill, you have actually stopped perceiving the hill's true essence. As the ancient wisdom suggests, silence is the eternal flow of knowledge interrupted by thought. We truly know the sunset only when the internal chatter ceases, allowing the reality of the moment to shine through without distortion. There are two different perspectives of the sunset. Now let me come its application, because in IIT we are always talking about application, not just theory. For an administrator of an institution, these principles are the secret to effective administration. To change the reality of an institution, one must look beyond physical infrastructure. The true reality of an institution lies in its subtle matter, the collective discipline, the rigor of its research, and the integrity of its habits. To change this, the administrator must act as an architect of environment, moving the institution away from fossilized stagnation towards crystallized excellence. By setting uncompromising standards for research, we are shifting the foundational reality of what the institution is. Yet, an administrator's greatest challenge is aligning the perception of the faculty, staff, and students with that reality. If a new academic mandate is perceived as a mere bureaucratic hurdle rather than a pathway to global prestige, the goal remains unfulfilled. The role of the administrator is to cultivate appropriate thoughts by bridging this gap. When you perceive that the institution's growth is synonymous with your own intellectual evolution, your thoughts naturally shift from compliance to contribution. This alignment of perception and reality is the only way to improve our learning and research outcomes. Now, this alignment, however, requires a mirror that reflects the reality without distortion. The mirror is anonymous feedback. In any hierarchy, there is a risk of fossilized thinking, where people say what is expected rather than what is real. Anonymous feedback provides a perception check. It reveals the hidden barriers, the silent frustrations, and the brilliant unspoken ideas that fear might otherwise suppress. By listening to these unfiltered voices, an administrator can adjust the institutional reality to remove obstacles and address misunderstandings. It ensures that the thoughts of our community are not clouded by resentment, but are focused on that eternal flow of knowledge we all are here to safeguard. Let this conference be a space where we clear our perception, refine our thoughts, and embrace the reality of our potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that brilliant example and integrating the administrative and the academic together. Thank you. Moving on, now I request our chief guest of the day, a well-renowned scholar, world scholar whose work spans the frontiers of quantum information and the philosophy of science. Please join me in welcoming Professor Andrew Briggs, Professor Emeritus from the University of Oxford. I'll hand over the microphone to sir.
Thank you for the amazing welcome that you've given me here. Human flourishing in these uncertain times requires both scientific insight and spiritual wisdom. The pillars of human flourishing depend on a judicious combination of objective reality and subjective choice. If you take, for example, meaning, the meaning of a painting depends on the objective reality of what the painter has put on the canvas and the subjective response to that painting. I love it when people at early stages in their lives, or for that matter later stages, say that I'm trying to find the purpose for my life. And that depends on a combination of objective reality, the education, the training, the natural abilities, the inclinations, but also ultimately on choices that the person makes about what their purpose will be. And truth also depends on the objective reality of the world that we're seeking to describe, but also the choices we make about what questions to ask and what intellectual resources to use in order to address those questions. All of this comes to a mathematical precision in quantum science, where if you have a quantum state and you make a measurement of the state, the outcome that you get depends on the choice that you make of the basis in which you're going to measure the state. Unless it's the basis in which you initialize the state, the outcome will depend on the choice that you've made, it will depend on the state, and it will also depend on this inescapable randomness that seems to be at the foundation of the world that we live in. And what's true in quantum science is also true in spirituality. As a follower of Jesus Christ, my Christian tradition is evidence-based. But the experience of God that someone enjoys and their perception of reality depends on choices that they make about how to respond to that evidence. And all of this is very, very practical. If we take the issue of AI, which I'm sure will come up more than once in the next 2 days, the great challenge that's facing us in AI is what values the AI will implement. And that raises the question, where do values come from? Are they simply something that we make up and seek to persuade our fellows that those are the values that should be adopted? Or is there a moral reality to the world that we can seek to discover in a way that will be no easier than the scientific discovery of the principles of the material world, but will require complementary intellectual tools for the pursuit? Or perhaps it's a combination of the two, rather as engineering is related to science. So we may need to create new values based on moral reality that will apply to the challenges and opportunities presented to us by AI. Well, one of my books is called It Keeps Me Seeking. I'm here to learn, and I'm enormously looking forward to seeking new insights about thought, perception, and reality from the talks and conversations that we shall enjoy together today and tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Professor Briggs, for jump-starting the conversation already in terms of our theme today on thought, perception, and reality. Next address is by Dr. Ashok Kumar Mahapatra, eminent neurosurgeon and presently the principal advisor to the Shiksha O Anusandhan deemed to be University Bhubaneswar. In 2025, Dr. Mahapatra was conferred with the Padma Shri by the President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, at the Rashtrapati Bhavan in New Delhi for his contribution in the field of medicine. He is counted among the top 5 neurosurgeons in the world. I now invite our guest of honor, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mahapatra, Padma Shri recipient of 2025, to share his thoughts. Sir, I hand over the mic to you.
Jai Jagannath, good morning and welcome to this interesting, thought-provoking and maybe learning experience. The new education policy of India 2020 says lifelong learning, continuous and lifelong learning. So learning doesn't stop. So in our current concept, we think to learn, but we stop to learn. If we have been learning every day, our perception of the world will be different. Starting from Vedas, if you see, they wrote Rig Veda around 2,500 years or 4,000 years back, 2000 BC. So when they thought Agni, they thought gods, they thought Akash, they thought Vayu, everything. But they could not join it. How that is going to help us? Then they start Yajur Veda, Paddhati. How you channelize every knowledge to activities. So Manu Sanghita, Bhagu Sanghita, in Sanghita, the way you can participate the knowledge to activity and make it a beautiful or better world. It did not work that way. They thought the life is not knowledge and practice, there should be something missing. What is missing? Anandam. Sat, Chit, Anandam. Anand, entertainment. So say Gandharva Veda. You know Gandharva Veda? Sam Veda. That means you should have knowledge, you should practice, you should enjoy. That's not enough. You should have good health. Atharva Veda, Ayurveda. How this thought process and perception of life has changed over last 4,000 years. So every day we have some knowledge, some thinking, some virtual reality, and then some experience which gives us perception between right and wrong. So thought cannot be right and wrong. The thinking process can be right and wrong. When I was just thinking here, when I joined MBBS 60 years back, my father's perception, thinking process, my thinking process was same. Because by reading MBBS, I will be a doctor, I will earn money. But his perception that it will cost money, it will have problem in jobs, and a long process. My perception that I will be a good doctor, I will do the service, I never bothered how much money I am going to spend. Recently, I analyzed between 1970 and 74, I spent about 5,000 rupees. Today is 50 lakhs. 50 lakhs. You cannot imagine the 1 rupee of 1970 is how much today. So his thinking, I'm a doctor, my thinking of a doctor was same. But my perception, money, difficulties, job, and ultimate achievement, he didn't know. Because he was 30 years older than me, he knew that you are reading for a job. You should have money. And then you have to do a course, you need money. Reading a course here doesn't cost free. So when I finished then I thought I'll do surgery after MBBS. He said, no surgery, do medicine. Why medicine for surgery? He said, medicine is simple. You can sit anywhere and do practice. Surgery, you got instruments, you got operation theater, you got anesthetic. Argument was that what? Medicine can be given by a quack, homeopathic doctor, an Ayurvedic doctor, and patient ultimate perception is cure. Patient doesn't think what medicine will give. It's not correct. When you become sick, you ask any of you, they will advise you medicine. The thought process is cure, your perception is cure, but method may be different, achievement may be different. So when the question was, should I go for medicine or surgery? I appeared AIMS Delhi, I appeared Chandigarh, I appeared AIMS, I got 3 PGs. Orthopedic in Chandigarh, AIMS Delhi surgery, and in Odisha general medicine. Whatever choose. Now thinking process. Again, I say no surgeon. The only difference between physician and surgeon, you put a knife and cure somebody. No brain tumor is going to heal by medicine. No appendix going out by putting mud. See, if you know the nature cure. How many of you know Mahatma Gandhi? Tell me. How many of you know Mahatma Gandhi? Who was he? Who was he? Because a lot of people didn't even say he was the first Prime Minister of India. Can you volunteer tell me who was Mahatma Gandhi? We want to know you. One, it should be brave. Who was Mahatma Gandhi? Huh? Hey Bhagavan. The million. There's no known heroes and unknown heroes. Why Mahatma Gandhi? You ask him Mahatma Gandhi, his perception, your perception. He says, father of the nation. That's all. See, that is called perception. Thinking is same, Mahatma Gandhi. Your mind is thinking on Mahatma Gandhi, his mind, but he wants to think the man of the millennium who changed the world. His perception is single person changed the world. Is not correct? So the question is that how you going to receive a fact, process it, analyze it, and express it. I am a neurosurgeon. The first thing, I have to take the perception from you. You are sensory input. My brain is going to store it, process it through a supercomputer. For every second, there are millions of things, right? When you pinch here, this reaches the brain in 8 milliseconds. And when a mosquito bite a human being, in no time you try to react and beat him, kill him. That's about 5 milliseconds. You have to see how quickly the brain computer receives, analyze, perceive and react with outer stimulus. That is what is perception and reaction. If thinking process is correct, knowledge, background knowledge is correct, your perception will be right and your action will be right. So, from the thought to the result, this complex process of brain computer. You know, you may thought may be right. We are all going to read for passing exam, yet somebody 90%, somebody fails. You all knew without reading you will be failing, but your perception of failing you did not know. Even your thinking process was you are reading for passing. All of you pass, reading or passing, fail. But anybody wants to fail, stand up and give your reasons. Yet you fail. Your perception of failing you do not realize how harmful to have a failure when so many people for you are expecting that you will be good engineer or doctor or human being and help the society. Not for your income, not for your future, but for the society. The government spend money. I remember when I was an MBBS student, the government was spending 3 lakhs rupees for MBBS student in 1970. How much? To make a medical college, it cost 500 crores, excluding 30 acres of land. But this IIT has 500 acres of land. How much money you spend for the student? And these students almost 90% IITians, they go to abroad and settle and make money. I still remember I joined AIMS in 1975. I was told all MBBS students from 1956 to 75, 20 years, they were settling in America. If you see 20% of Indian doctors in America, what a loss for the country. You go and make happy life there. It's perception. Perception is that government is spending money every day for the country's development, future, the service to humanity of the country. Yet, your perception is that I should go to America and make money, government, go to hell. Doesn't matter. Is not correct? Is not correct? First January 1977, we had a batch of 50 students who joined PG at AIMS Delhi. And 5 only remained and 50 left. The man who was Mr. Rao, Prasad Rao, was also with me doing general surgery. And he was not getting American visa. Last day just finished, he stood there and talked to the consulate, if you do not give visa today, tonight I will commit suicide here. Can you believe? And he came and proudly told us, I got visa because I threatened the American consulate, if you do not give visa, tomorrow morning I will be found, I will kill myself and your paper will be American visa. Can you believe? Thinking, action, perception. His perception is that if I don't do America, my life will be hell. We are staying, there are 150 crores people staying in India. Is your life hell? We enjoy. I always say, you want to be a first class citizen of a third class country or third class citizen of a first class country. I don't want to become an American by third class citizen. I have no this right, I can, this right. In my country, I am king. He may not be realizing. I do not want to be a third class citizen of America. I am Indian, born Indian, remain Indian, die Indian. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for introducing the idea of the changing notions of the concepts of what is thought, perception, and reality in terms of everyday life experiences as a professional that you have experienced as a neurosurgeon. As we conclude this formal inaugural session, it is time to acknowledge the hands and the minds that made this event possible. I now request Dr. Shritama Mishra, convener of the conference, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed participants, faculty members, research scholars, students, our keynote speakers, guests, and my dear friends, Namaskar and Jai Jagannath to everyone present here. I am Shritama and I humbly take this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. At the outset, I express my heartfelt gratitude to the Director of IIT Bhubaneswar, Professor Shripad Karmalkar, whose encouragement, support and vision have made this possible. I extend my sincere thanks to Sri Vasudeva Rao, Director of the Bhaktivedanta Institute, and the President of the Bhaktivedanta Institute, Sri Varun Agarwalji, for their constant guidance and unwavering support, without which this program would not have taken place. I am deeply grateful to our chief guest, Professor Andrew Briggs and Madam Briggs, as well as our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Mahapatra, for honoring us with their presence and enriching this occasion through their insightful and inspiring addresses. Your presence has truly elevated the spirit of this inaugural session. My heartfelt appreciation also goes to our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Narayanan Srinivasan, Professor Pius Thomas, Professor Shishir Roy, who will be joining us soon, Professor Matthew Chandrakunal, and Professor Nasin Shibin, for graciously accepting our invitation and agreeing to deliver their valuable scholarly insights with us. I would also like to acknowledge with gratitude the presence of eminent professors and dignitaries from the Bhaktivedanta Institute, including Professor Debashish Khan, along with many other distinguished scholars who I can see here who have joined us today. I sincerely thank all the participants, faculty members from different departments and institutions who have traveled from various places to be here with us in person and who are eager to contribute enthusiastically and meaningfully to all the academic deliberations. My special thanks go to our volunteers, our research scholars specifically, and the students also, whose dedication and hard work have made this inaugural event a smooth and successful one. I also express my deep appreciation to my colleagues and the entire support system, our office staff, our technical staff, our CITC unit, engineering cell, Office of the Dean Continuing Education, especially Eclavia, Dean Students Affairs Office, Transport Office, Security Unit, our housekeeping team, caterers, and everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Last but not the least, I extend my sincere thanks to my co-conveners, Dr. Aparna Pandey and Sri Jitun Dhal, for their constant support, help, and encouragement. Above all, I remain grateful, deeply grateful to the divine grace and blessings that guided us throughout this journey. Thank you all for making this inaugural event a meaningful one and a memorable one. I wish you a very pleasant, enriching, and an academically engaging stay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for those words of encouragement. And on the final note, to capture the spirit of the beginning, I request all the dignitaries and the participants to gather on the front gate near the staircase for a group photograph. We would want to have a group photograph. And following the photograph, we invite you all to join us for the refreshments in the foyer. And we shall reconvene for the first session sharp at 10:30 in this very same hall. Thank you so much. You've been a lovely audience. And I would ask everybody to kindly gather in front of the front gate. For the participants, you will find your coupons in your bag, and the rest of the people who do not have the coupons for refreshments, you can collect it from Shivangshi here. On the left-hand side of me, she's standing, and the rest of you will find your coupons in your kit. People who do not have the coupons, they can collect it from Shivanshi. She's wearing red. She's on the right-hand side of me. And I request everybody to kindly gather in front of the staircase for a group photograph. Thank you so much.
Now we are going to give guideline to everyone how to connect. Okay. First thing is it got delayed so much it shouldn't be delayed. Right. I know. So what you start without it. That's what we said. I agree.
He wanted to put that, but everyone wanted to wait for him.
But I didn't.
No.
I didn't.
Who is
So
everyone?
not everyone.
The point is, no, this is the point. Not everyone.
Absolutely. I would request everybody to kindly gather in front of the staircase for the photograph, please. All the participants, sir, everybody. Please, everybody, let's gather. I would request everybody to kindly, please, everybody. It'll be very nice if everybody could be there in front of the staircase for a photograph. Can I have everybody on the staircase, please? It is just in front of the gate where you entered from. Everybody, can we have everybody? Yes, absolutely. You can all leave your items here and come back. The next session will be exactly here. You can have the refreshments from outside and just gather in front of the staircase for the photograph. Yeah, can we have everybody? Yeah, you can leave your bags here. There's no problem. It'll happen just here. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. I request all the participants, delegates, and volunteers, everybody to come back to the hall. We'll start now. Hello, hello. I request all the participants, delegates, and everybody to be back. We will. Extremely sorry for the delay. It's just, I think, Indian Standard Time, which keeps shifting to like 10 more minutes, 10 more minutes, and then we are essentially late for everything. will start in 5 more minutes. Can I ask all the volunteers and the participants to be back? Can you ask your friends to come back, the delegates and everybody? We'll start in 5 minutes. So kindly ask everybody to be back in the hall. Thank you. I request everybody to settle down. I request everybody to kindly settle down. We are about to begin. When, sir? Distinguished guests, fellow researchers, and participants, it is a privilege to introduce our first keynote speaker for the session of the International Conference on Thought, Perception, and Reality 2025. To truly understand the themes of our conference, one must look towards those who bridge the gap between the diverse disciplines. Our first keynote speaker today is Dr. Narayanan Srinivasan. He embodies this interdisciplinary spirit. Currently a professor at the Department of Cognitive Science at IIT Kanpur, his academic journey is a fascinating map of the sciences. Please give a big round of applause for Sir, and I would request you, Sir, to please be on the dais. While Sir takes the seat, I'll introduce the chair to you. It is now my pleasure to introduce the chairperson for this session, Dr. Aparna Pandey, IIT Bhubaneswar. Dr. Pandey is currently a faculty member in the School of Humanities, Social Sciences and Management, IIT Bhubaneswar. She specializes in cognitive science, psycholinguistics, and neurolinguistics. Please welcome our session chair, Dr. Aparna Pandey.
Good morning, everyone, once again. I hope you had a good snacks, but not that feeling that you fall asleep in this talk. So we hope so keeps you awake. This is my true honor to introduce the first keynote speaker, Professor Narayanan Srinivasan. I did my master's with him, not with him, he was my teacher. So he spent about 17 years in Allahabad University, and some of 2 years I was there. I learned a lot from him. His expertise lies in the area of attention, perception, and consciousness. He has several publications, books, and he's very eminent in the area of cognitive science, in the field of cognitive science. Currently, he is at IIT Kanpur, heading the Department of Cognitive Science. And yes, it's a great honor to have you here, sir. Welcome. It's over to you now, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me at the back? Okay. Yeah. Is it on? Is it on? Or no, it's okay. I can start. I mean, I can manage from here. It's fine. Check if the laser pointer works. That's good. Okay, so let me start. First, let me thank the organizers, Bhaktivedanta Institute, Dr. Aparna Pandey and Dr. Sritama Mishra, and other colleagues from IIT Bhubaneswar for inviting me for this conference. So I'll be talking about attention and experience. Right. So, okay, no problem. So let me sort of lay out what exactly I'm going to talk about. I will talk about consciousness, but the word will be used in many ways during the conference. So let me simply say the way I'm going to use it. Basically, I'm going to talk about our day-to-day experience. Currently, all of you are seeing me and listening to me. So you have some kind of audio-visual experience. You're sitting in a chair, maybe some tactile experience and so on. So one simple way that cognitive scientists, psychologists study experience is to say that, well, what are the properties of experience? And if we can do something about understanding those properties of experience. One obvious thing that we can say is that what exactly are we experiencing? Currently, perhaps, hopefully you are seeing me. So you have a visual experience of me. And of course, this keeps on happening, right? So one, you have something called the content of your experience. And we can ask questions like, what exactly ensured or made this happen, that you have this particular content of experience at this particular time, okay? Experience, another way to think about it, and this was originally introduced by philosopher Daniel Dennett, is to think in terms of content, which is what you experience, and also vehicles, which is the term that he used, or you can simply think of it as mechanisms. And those vehicles themselves have properties. So one may want to understand the properties of those vehicles of consciousness or mechanisms or whatever word that you may want to replace it with. And when you look at those properties, both in terms of your content of experience as well as experience itself, it has lots of properties. For example, one of the things that I study, which I will not talk about too much here, are temporal properties. For example, your experience seems to flow in flow. There is some continuity. There is some direction to it. Your experience goes from past to future, not the other way around, right? So experience itself has certain properties, some temporal properties. And one property that I'm going to talk about a lot today is gradedness. And I will introduce the problem a bit later, but is consciousness graded? This is one of the questions that scientists who study consciousness ask this question. In terms of methods, I was basically trained as a psychologist. So I do psychophysics, goes back to 19th century, Gustav Fechner and so on. That is essentially it started as trying to understand the relationship between some physical variable which you can manipulate, and something that you experience, which hopefully that we can measure, and then exactly how they are related to each other, right? So there is a lot of methodological approaches that have been developed in this domain called psychophysics, and that is essentially what you mostly will hear. Occasionally, I try to use insights from phenomenology, although I'm not sure today we will hear that much. Okay, so what exactly are the questions that I'm going to discuss today? There are three here. First question is, does attention, and attention is something that I study, so one can ask, okay, I'm experiencing something, does attention actually influence your experience? That's the first question. Well, I can already tell you the answer. The answer is yes, I'm going to say, but we will see how. The second question is consciousness graded? And if so, does attention influence the gradedness itself? I'm going to say yes again. And does meditative practices, which again involves attention in different forms, again the question is, does it influence your appearance or experience of your visual world or whatever? Okay, so the question goes back, at least in Western sort of science, in 19th century. There are three people. If you are a psychology student, you may have heard these names, otherwise you see them. So for example, Wilhelm Wundt said that one notices that when a stimulus reaches consciousness during a moment of particular inattention and then repeats at the same intensity, such as the unexpected chiming of a clock tower, the second reception of the stimulus is perceived not only to be clearer, but also more intense. So basically Wundt is saying that if you pay attention to your stimulus, it becomes more intense. Okay, in a sense, you experience it differently compared to when you are not paying attention. In contrast, Gustav Fechner said that a gray paper appears to us no lighter, the pendulum beat of a clock no louder, no matter how much we increase the strain of our attention upon them. No one by doing this can make the gray paper look white. So here is a contrast. He's saying, oh no, it actually doesn't matter, that your experience really doesn't change because you are paying attention to something. And William James sort of said both, essentially saying that attention makes a sense impression more intense, but there is a compensatory mechanism that nullifies the effect of attention. So in the lab, it was sort of difficult to show this for various reasons. It is much easier to show that attention improves performance. So you can measure accuracy, or you can measure reaction time, and then you can show that if you are paying attention, you are faster or better. But the question is, experientially, is anything changing? Was not quite clear. So we will jump more than 100 years and look at this study. This is sort of a fairly classic psychophysics study, and this was done by Marisa Carrasco and her colleagues at New York University. What you will see is a fixation point at the center. Then there is a cue. The cue is simply a dot that flashes either on the left or on the right or at the middle. It's basically to sort of attract your attention to that particular location on the screen. There is a gap, 53 milliseconds blank display. Then the stimulus, I'm not sure whether you can see from the back, it's a small Gabor patch, which is essentially a sinusoidal grating multiplied with a Gaussian function. This Gabor patch is oriented this way, for those who can see it. There are two Gabor patches, and then you're supposed to make a response. What Marisa Carrasco did is that to ask people to say that, well, one of the two will appear as though it has higher contrast. Report the orientation of that Gabor patch which appeared brighter to you or had more contrast to you. Does it make sense? So she's not directly asking about contrast, but she is asking essentially to say that, well, exactly report the orientation. Once you do, oops, sorry, so there's a slide missing. Okay, so what she found is that the Gabor patch that appeared at where the dot flashed, that where the cue appeared, where you supposedly were paying attention, that appeared as having higher contrast than the Gabor patch that appeared at the unattended location. So the argument is that not only your performance is better, it actually appears to have a higher contrast. We took this and then we asked a slightly different question and then said, well, this is all contrast, is a very early visual feature, fairly simple. What about some things that are slightly more complex? So the example that we picked is an emotion that is shown by a face. So we use emotional faces. It's very similar. So we have two locations. Yeah, I don't know whether you can see this rectangle here. There are two dots, either they will flash on the left or on the right, or one dot in the middle. After some small gap of time, a face, two faces will appear. Both of them could be somewhat happy. Okay, fine. Actually, the faces come from this line. So basically, for those who are seeing it first time, if you go from this side to that side, it will look hopefully a bit more happier. Okay, so this is of increasing emotional intensity if you go from here to here. So what you will see here is something that you will see throughout the talk. You will see a psychometric function, which is like a sigmoidal function. On the x-axis, you have the variable that you manipulate. In this case, emotional intensity of some 9 levels. And they are equally spaced. It is set up as an interval scale using some method, scaling method. On the y-axis is what exactly is something to do with appearance. It actually takes a difference. But basically what you see is this psychometric function for 3 different conditions. And the curve that you see on this side basically is when the face, for the face that appeared at the cued location, and the one on the right on this side is when the face is, for example, the dots come here, but the face comes here, or vice versa. Okay, and there is a neutral condition. So what happens is that the neutral condition is when there is no attention involved, but when the dots appear, the psychometric function shifts to the left, which essentially means if you come this way, and you can interpret it this way, so something is 5, but basically whatever with a no cue, you see it as of emotional intensity 5, now it actually increases. So basically something which is 4 appears to you as 5. So basically in English, whatever that, if there is a happy face, the happy face that appears at the attended location is, you experience it as more happier, and similarly for a sad face, more sadder. Okay, so the idea here is that attention, in this case exogenous cueing, where there is a cue comes and then sort of makes you look at a particular location in visual space, changes your experience. Okay, so that's one way of looking at attention, but attention has other ways of looking at it. If you think of attention easily as a spotlight, you can also change the size of the spotlight. So you can make this spotlight size smaller or larger. One way to do it is to make people do certain tasks, which will essentially have a smaller stimulus or a larger stimulus. So small or large. You also have these what we call hierarchical stimuli, which is essentially a large letter made up of small letters. So in this case, the 8 is made up of small s's. Sorry for those at the back row if this is difficult to see. This is a large S made up of 8s. So we call this global S and local S. So small, large, global, and local. And then what we do is that here is the blue square. There is time, you can actually do this. You can keep staring at it. Actually, you can do it even now. You keep staring at the center for a while, say 20, 30 seconds. Then if you blink your eye, you will see a yellow square as an after image. Okay. So as you keep looking at this, these letters sort of at the middle flash once every second. And then you have to count the number of times a particular letter appears. So the idea is that you are made to put task in the middle, The task involves differences in scope of attention, basically changes the spotlight. Then we are looking at the effect of that on the after image. And one property of the after image you can measure is the duration of the after image, how long the after image stays. Remember, the after image, there is no stimulus on the screen. It's just something that you experience. So we want to see exactly one property first, the duration of the after image. Is it affected by attention that you pay to this central stimulus, letters that flash on the screen? The answer is yes. So what you see are the results here. On the y-axis, you have after image duration. And as you can see, for example, the first one is, well, let's just go to the that side. When the letters are very small, when the spotlight is small, then actually the after image durations increase quite a bit. It's very long. Whereas when the letter is fairly large, the after image duration is small. So there is an inverse effect here. Similarly, whether your attention is sort of to the global or local level of the stimulus, again the duration changes. So for example, your duration is much longer for the local compared to the global here. Okay. So the idea here is that as the scope increases, the duration of the after image decreases. Okay. So the idea is, rather than directly showing is, we are using the after images as a sort of technique or a method, because then you can measure its duration, because it will come and go. Okay. Right. You can also take the scope of attention using these global local stimuli and then say that, well, if the spotlight, think of this attentional spotlight as some resolution, I can change the size. Remember, in our experience happens in time as well, right? So the question here is, what happens in time? If I change my spatial resolution, I can have my spotlight small or large. What is going to happen in the time domain, right? In the time, what happens? The idea is that there should be, as you know, there are enough people with physics background here, there may be something that's happening in the time domain as well. So the way we measure temporal resolution of your experience is essentially using these two dots. We present two dots very briefly, and then we ask you which dot came first. Okay. This is called temporal order judgment, and we can use it to measure the temporal resolution of your experience. So typically speaking, this is of the order of around 20, 30, 40 milliseconds with some variability. Okay. And you can measure the psychometric function here. Now what we do is that when you construct get a psychometric function, the slope, basically if you see in the middle part of here, if it's more steeper, then your resolution becomes better. Okay, so steeper here is better resolution. So now what we do is we force you to pay attention either to the large global level or the local level. That we do by instruction, and then make you do this temporal order judgment task, and then see, well, if there is an effect on temporal resolution because your spatial attention is changed, then it should show up here, and that is what you see here, right? So if, for example, you are doing the global task, then it's much steeper, the blue, compared to the local task. The global is larger spotlight, but better temporal resolution. When the spotlight is large, you have poorer spatial resolution, but you have better temporal resolution, and vice versa, sort of complementary effects. Okay. The second question that I'm going to talk about is gradedness. One of the questions that have puzzled consciousness researchers is that is your experience graded in some sense? What exactly does it mean? One simple way to think about it is this, right? There are lots of processing that happens in your mind, brain, whatever, unconsciously. Suddenly some threshold is crossed, let us say for that particular content, boom, you are aware of it, you experience it, okay? In this case, it's sort of discrete. Either you are not aware of something or you are aware of something. So you can think of it like a step function, okay? That's one kind of theory out there, and there are theories that support this. The other version is to say, no, 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 that's not true. You can have some sort of intermediate graded levels. You are sort of vaguely, well, a lot of times you have this feeling, right? I sort of vaguely maybe experience something, but I'm not really sure. So perhaps there are states like that, and that's also the way your experience works. And that is the gradedness theory. So the idea here is that it could be graded or it's not graded. I'm argued that it's yes. We are going to say it's yes, and I will show you how. We actually do it. And the other question that I have been continue to be interested in is how does attention influence this gradedness itself? Okay. So let's start an actual experiment in the lab do. So what you have is this, again, large letter made up of small letters. There is a mask. In between this letter comes for various amounts of time. So what is manipulated here is display duration starting from 16 milliseconds to 112 milliseconds. And what you see here is again your standard psychometric function that goes from low to high like this. The gradedness is essentially measured by the slope. Okay. Now, ideally, if for example there is a threshold, if for example you manipulate this target duration, you should basically say, no, I don't see it, I don't see it, and then you go jump and then say, now I see it, if there is actually a fixed threshold. Okay. What you get is, of course, a psychometric function, but typically what people use is accuracy, right? Now, one of the problems with accuracy is that you can guess also, right? You can guess it right. So it's not really quite clear you actually saw it or you guessed it and so on. And there are ways to handle it. But one of the ways that we want to move away from it is to sort of go from this inaccuracy. You are either asked, it's a two alternative forced choice. Either did you see something or you did not see something, right? You have two key presses. So the next level is to sort of relax it a little bit. And then people have started using a 4-point scale. Okay. I don't see it at all clearly. I sort of vaguely maybe see it a little bit, sort of see it reasonably well, but really see it. Okay. Think like that. Okay. So you have 4-point scale. And then what you can do with this 4-point scale is like just with like accuracy, you can also take the mean for every condition. And then what so happens, again, you will get a psychometric function like this. So now this is a psychometric function for, this is called perceptual awareness scale ratings. So this is for the ratings. You get a scale, you get this. Now what we manipulated is we asked people to detect a letter at the global or the local level. And as you see here, the slope of the curve also changes. It's also shifted, but which essentially means global is always easier. So that's why the side, that is the red curve. But also a difference in we get. So the idea here is that if you change attention or the level to which that you pay attention to, the slope changes, which means gradedness changes as a function of that. So sorry, those are the results are here. You can see here that there is a difference. This is an objective performance, that's okay, but you get a difference in slope as well. You can also do some correlations with essentially how many times, because it's a 4-point scale, the middle ones are the ones where things are sort of fuzzy, okay? So you can take those middle values, basically in a 4-point scale, 2 and 3, okay? And see the proportion of those ratings and do a slope, and you will see that the correlations are significant, okay? Now, this is one way that you can manipulate attention, but there are other ways to manipulate attention as well. And one way you can do it is essentially make the task a bit more easy or difficult, what we will call load, some kind of attentional load. An attentional load can be made more difficult or easy by you focus on these 6 letters here. So what, for example, in this particular case, you have essentially a bunch of O's, or zeros, if you want to think about it, but there is one letter, right? This is fairly easy to detect. So in both cases, you have to detect the letter S, but in this case, it's easy to detect. In this case, it's slightly harder to detect. So think of this as low load and this is high load, okay? So your job is to detect the letter S, which you have to do, not a problem. You can measure, we can measure its accuracy. We can also measure your reaction time for it and so on. The other thing is that you will see the subject saw a scene at the background. And what we do is we manipulate the contrast of the scene, okay? So we are really interested in the scene, not in the letters. The letter is just a way to manipulate your attention. We are interested in the scene, and in this particular case, the scenes are, subjects simply have to say, is it an indoor scene or an outdoor scene, okay? Like a natural scene, fine? The reason why this is interesting is that the identifying the gist of a scene is very fast. Subjects can do it with very brief presentations. And a lot of arguments and studies have argued that you don't even need attention for it. It's like your pre-attentive processes can actually do scene recognition, okay? So it's very easy. You don't need attention, but we want to show you actually attention influences it and also influences gradedness. So the main thing of interest is the scene recognition. And again, we use, is it indoor or outdoor? And then there is a 4-point scale as well. Okay, fine. So again, you get psychometric functions. This is for objective performance. This is straightforward, right? If the primary letter task is easy, your scene recognition is generally better. It shows up as the psychometric function on the left, the green one. The red one is, sorry, yeah, is for the high load. And this is accuracy, no problem. And you get, skip it and move on. With the perceptual awareness scale, you can see that the slope changes. The green goes a bit up also, and the slope is also becomes steeper, okay? So you can measure the slope, you can measure also threshold as well. So basically all these are fitted with the 4-parameter exponential function for those who are interested. I can tell more. Okay, so what you get is there is some differences in objective performance, but more importantly, you get a difference in slope, but not in threshold. Essentially shows that by manipulating your attentional resources for the letter recognition task, it changes the gradedness of your experience of the scene itself, which is what we are measuring. Now, exactly what we are saying it's attention, but exactly what kind of mechanism is involved. In psychophysics, typically people construct these models, and I have an example of a particular model here. This is called a perceptual template model. You can skip a lot of details. There are some noise sources. There are these boxes that do things, some transformations. But let's focus on the more important, relevant parts here. So think of this as a representation of the stimulus. It's a template. It's a representation of whatever the stimulus is. Now, attention, at least in these two cases shown here, can operate in two ways. So think of attention operating like an amplifier, signal enhancement, okay? So basically, if you amplify, what's going to happen? The height will increase, okay? So the representation will become much, taller and sharper also, but let's say taller. Now, that's one way attention can operate here. The other possibility, which is shown here, is that you can do filtering, okay? So it can operate like a filter, and actually does both. But in particular cases, the question is, how do we find out that attention operates like an amplifier or a filter in a particular situation, okay? What Liu and Dosher argued using their model is you come on this side, and what you see here is a function, but you have three conditions. One is attended, unattended, and neutral. That's fine. The argument goes like this. So let's use something like a radio, okay? So old-fashioned people, if you have a radio station, you have adjusted, it's noisy a bit. What happens, it's sort of very noisy, but then you increase the volume. Remember, your volume knob is essentially an amplifier, right? So if you increase the volume knob when the station is already noisy, what's going to happen? Anyone volunteer? Is it going to help? If it's a lot of noise already, you increase the volume, is it going to help? You listen better? No, because the noise is also going to get amplified, okay? So when the external noise is very high, amplifier, right, will work in a particular way. When the external noise is low, the amplifier works very well, okay, because now the signal more than the noise gets amplified, okay? So if you add external noise and you get the effect of attention, in this case with low noise but not at high noise, then that means attention works like an amplifier. If you add external noise and you get the effect of attention and noise is high, but noise is low but not noise is high, then that means attention works like a filter, okay? So you can actually add external noise to your stimulus, see where you get the effect, whether you get the effect here, okay, can tell you whether this is the mechanism that's operating or this is the mechanism that's operating. So that's the other way the argument works, okay? So you add external noise as a manipulation to your stimulus, then you higher threshold here, lower asymptote or lower asymptote is better, lower asymptote here, then that means it's signal enhancement. If you get at high noise on this side here, then that means it's filter, okay? So we use the same logic. We added external noise, basically Gaussian noise, to an image. We can manipulate the amount of Gaussian noise we add to the image, okay? And that's on the x-axis. So what we manipulate are the noise levels, right? Which basically is the variance of the Gaussian noise that we manipulate. So what you see here is that this is subjective performance. Again, you get effects all three, but let's come to the subjective rating here. Now look at this part here, okay? So the effect of noise and the attention in this case is load here. It shows up here when the noise levels are high. See, the values are higher here, right? The noise levels are high, but not when the noise levels are low. So that essentially means in this particular case, the load manipulation acts like a filter, okay? That's one. The second thing, difference in slope. If this difference in slope is because attention is acting like a filter, then there should be a relationship between this effect and this effect here, okay? So what we do is we take, for each subject, we take the difference here, we take the difference in slope here. Remember, these are from two different curves and two different parameters, and then compute the correlation between the two. If they are related to each other in some form, then there should be a significant correlation, which is what we see here. We take this difference and correlate, and what you see is a significant correlation. So essentially indicating that whatever is the reason this curve is getting pushed up or down is the same reason potentially it's getting pushed left, changes the slope here. So, so the conclusion here is that number one, attention changes the gradedness of your scene perception. We manipulated load here. Number two, the sort of underlying mechanism of load is essentially like it acts like a filter. The last part of the talk, how much time I have? Decide I should speed up or, okay, fine. So the other thing that I have been long interested in is looking at these perceptual experience effects with meditators. One, they are training their attention a lot in different forms depending on the method, And if that is the case, it should change their experience. Okay, so let's go back to this. All of you remember the blue square thing? Okay, so the idea there is that if you change the scope, your after image duration changes. What happens if you make the meditators do the same study? These were Sagat Samadhi meditators, and we made them do the same task. We also asked them the after images, because the first time when we did it, we did not really ask. But the second time we asked them also to rate the clarity of the after image. That is sort of how sharp it is. For those who have experienced after images in the lab or in the screen, it's sort of a bit fuzzy or blurry. It doesn't have very sharp boundaries. Okay. So the idea here is that perhaps even that could be different for meditators. And forget all the other conditions. Just look at the white bars and the black bars and leave the rest. Essentially, you can see the meditators have much longer after image durations. In fact, quite longer. I mean, not even close to meditators. Okay. So number one, their after image durations are very long. Okay. And if you look at their clarity is also higher. Okay, they rated it on some 7-point scale, sorry, 8-point scale. So the idea here is that meditators, number one, they experience the after image durations longer, and number two, the after images themselves have much higher clarity. Okay. So you can sort of try to inform that maybe in the real world visual experience also is have more clarity. Okay, can't directly, it's difficult to measure, so this is sort of indirect. The second thing is that we were interested in control. So if you have experiencing something, you should be able to control your experience. Now, typically it's very difficult to see it, right? Your day-to-day experience, it all looks the same, not much different. Okay. So one way you can study this is essentially using these bistable figures where your experience changes. So all of you, I'm sure you know this. This is a Necker cube. You keep staring at it, you will see the cube in one orientation. Remember, nothing is changing on the screen. Then your experience will change to another orientation, and it will keep changing back and forth. And you can actually construct a time series of the times it takes to switch from one experience to another experience. Okay, and you can measure these times, these switching times. So this Necker cube experience changes, and you can measure these times, and we call them dwell times. And these dwell times, obviously you can do it for non-meditators, normal folks like us, which you see in the blue bar here, which is typically around 3-4 seconds. So every 3-4 seconds roughly it switches. Okay, it's not very periodic. It's not like a perfectly periodic switch. It's sort of nonlinear switching, but it switches approximately, let's say, 3 to 4 seconds, every 3 to 4 seconds. You look at here, meditators, they have longer switching times. Now this is actually known before even our study. So, but it's consistent that just like longer after image durations, they also have longer dwell times. Okay, number one. Number two, with the Necker cube, you can ask people to control it. So for example, I can ask you to say, put your effort so that you are seeing the cube in a particular orientation. Just hold it. Don't let it change. Okay. Seems like very abstract and difficult to do. Interestingly, people can do it. Even anyone can do this a little bit. Okay. So what happens is that your times increase. So the blue bar here is for non-meditators. You can see it is increasing. Okay, even for non-meditators. But look at meditators, they are able to hold a particular orientation of the cube for a much, much longer period of time. So they are able to control, in this case, what they are visually experiencing through instruction. Okay, which is what called endogenous, but basically through instruction. We also asked them to speed it up. Now here, we don't get actually that much effect. So there seems to be some kind of a limit to how fast. I mean, meditators were not able to sort of bring this to zero or anything like that. In fact, there is really no difference here. So there seems to be some kind of a hard limit here, whereas meditators were able to hold it for much, much longer here. You can actually take the time series and construct, I mean, they actually form a particular distribution. You can fit it with this function. For those non-math, you can ignore it, but there is a function and there are two parameters here, k and theta. The only thing that you need to know is that these two parameters have some relationship. Okay, generally speaking, these two parameters are correlated with each other. So if I pull the distribution this way, your skewness changes, but your variance also will increase generally. Okay, so typically speaking, the k and theta are fairly highly correlated with each other. Okay. Now, what happens in this particular case is that with meditators, actually let's first talk about non-meditators. Non-meditators, the correlation is high across all three conditions. It sort of reduces a little bit here because they are still able to exert some control. The idea is that the more control you can exert, the correlation will start breaking down or reduce. Okay. So for the blue, the non-meditators, the correlation is high. High means around 0.8, 0.9, reduces to 0.7 something here, and then this is still pretty high. But what happens is that for meditators, it's lesser here, correlation, not the dwell times, but it reduces to from 0.7 something to 0.4, indicating that they are able to exert much more control over their experience in this case. Okay. Another way you can look at control is that rather than by instructions, you can essentially use what is called a flanker effect. So the typical flanker effect is like Stroop effect, and also in psychology, that if your flankers are congruent, your experience then will be for a particular orientation will stay longer. If it is incongruent, it will switch faster. Okay, so in this case, it is like a typical effect, but basically depending on the orientation of the flankers, if they match, the dwell times will be longer. If they don't match, it will be shorter. So this is what you see here, right? So the green bars are for congruent. This is with non-meditators. So you have longer dwell times when it's congruent compared to when it's incongruent. No problem, all expected effect on it. See what happens with meditators. Because now the meditators are able to essentially ignore the effect of flankers. So you get basically no flanker effect, which essentially means they are able to sort of, because their attentional process is better, they are able to completely ignore. It's no incongruency effect at all for meditators. So both endogenously, that is, this is done by instruction. Exogenously, when there is a sort of distraction from the periphery, they are able to ignore in this context. The important thing is this is in their experience, because the stimulus itself is not changing, only their experience is changing. And the last one, and I will sort of skip this and I will jump. We also have looked at time, experience of time in meditators. Two things we show. Number one, with meditators, when we have, we again construct psychometric functions, and we essentially measure the 50% point called the bisection point. And what you see here is a difference in bisection point. So the meditators have smaller bisection point than more difficult. And similarly here, which we have seen before, we can ask people to do the global or the local task. Now rather than the temporal resolution, we are asking people to estimate durations and then measure the bisection point. And what you see here again is that, well, with non-meditators, there is a big difference between the global and the local levels in terms of the mean slope, similar to what we got there. But you can see the effect is gone for meditators. Okay, so this effect, which is typically present for non-meditators, is not present for meditators, and the slope is fairly high. I mean, as high as this one for both here. So the idea is that you can show that number one, that temporal experience also changes. Number two, attention influences in a particular way. And because their attentional processes are trained better, you get different effects. Okay, so thank you. Let me acknowledge all the students. I mean, you might have seen some photographs. In between, Maruti, who did the emotion work, Shruti, who did the after images, Suraj, who is currently doing the gist of scene perception and gradedness, Amrendra, who's done work on meditators, and Ishan, who did the other Necker cube study on meditators. Thank you.
Any questions?
Sir, when you do this global and the local attention, do you see residual kind of or carry forward attention?
No, well, normally what we do is that we block it. So in
Okay.
one block, they do the global task. In another block, they do the local task.
Okay.
And we also counterbalance the order as well. So if you did it global first and local, then some other subject will do local first and global. So we handle those.
But by doing, if you do, let's say very closely, let's say within very short span of time.
There are carryover effects. Here we do not want them, but we have done those in other scenarios more, which I have not discussed here. But yeah, you can get. So for example, you get typical carryover effects, right? So if I ask you to pay attention to the global level in one trial, and immediately in the next trial the global level, let us say, then you are obviously faster. If I ask you to switch between levels, then there is a switching cost associated with it, because you have to shift from a global level to a local level. There is also asymmetry in switching cost. So in some task, in one study that we did, switching from global to local was easier, but local to global was much more difficult, and so on.
Another question is, in most of the functions were, sigmoid sort of things. So because the sigmoid function is very much used in the deep learning for to introduce the non-linearity.
This is older.
Yeah, but we use lot in the sigmoid function to make the things non-linear kind of thing. So any correlate, I mean, direct
neural
kind of
networks,
correlation.
people copied this from here.
I don't. So
the psychometric functions.
Yeah, maybe possible.
The shape of the psychometric function goes back to the late 19th century.
Right. Possible, yes.
So obviously, I mean, people have been aware that when you measure perception, the general shape that you get is a sigmoidal function was known much before the more newer neural network models. Okay.
Great work, sir.
In fact, the initial neural network model used a hard limiting threshold function.
Right, yes.
I enormously enjoyed what you presented, and its importance is going to grow and grow because the machine learning systems are trying to maximize the attention that they can grab from all the users and increase the amount of attention they get from them. And so I wondered, some of your studies were on relatively short sub-second timescales. I think one of them went up to 112 milliseconds, if I remember.
Yes.
What happens? Have there been studies if you go to much longer timescales? And if you do that, is there an age-related effect? And if there is an age-related effect, is it intrinsic to the age, or is it also influenced by the culture in which people are operating?
Okay, so complicated question. So the general answer is sort of yes, but the specifics will change depending on the kind of studies or what exactly we are looking at. So let me use time because it's easy. So people have changed the duration of the stimulus. So I can ask you to estimate the duration of a stimulus when it is sub-second, for example, or when it is longer. In fact, the last two actually came from studies where the presentation of the stimuli were for longer durations of few seconds. And of course, you can do 20 seconds or minutes or hours as well. In the lab, obviously, typically our experiments run for 1 hour and we need to do many trials. So we can't do experiments that run for hours in the lab. But there are other kinds of field studies where people have looked at it. So yeah, so different time scales, number one, sometimes show different effects. So in terms of time, the mechanisms that people think are involved for sub-seconds versus suprasecond are different. They show different patterns of results. There are some commonalities, but there are some differences. Age does have an effect. It's again complicated, depends, we can talk separately, but let me say that age does. Culture also does, even specific social context. So the only study that I have personally done that we are familiar with is Mela, Magh Mela, the Kumbh, as we say, or Mela, as we say, in Allahabad, Prayagraj, now names keep changing. So essentially there we have used a 20-second stimulus, auditory stimulus, and told people that it is made up of, it's sort of noisy signal, noisy audio clip. We just told the Kalpavasis who stay there for a month that it is sort of concocted from the Mela, and for another set of Kalpavasis, we told them, our non-Kalpavasis, that it is not from the Mela, it's from the city, noise from the city. And then people estimate it, they experience it, they estimate it to be of different durations, number one. Number two, that it is dependent on attention. And the way we show it is by asking them to do a concurrent task and then make it a dual task situation so that their attention is sort of divided between this and another task. And then again, we show that this particular effect goes away. So which means attention is required for this so-called social context or cultural effect as well. So, but the specific kind of culture or social context effect depends on the context. There are people have tried it with different kinds of things. So yes, it does affect.
These are all so important. I'm so glad that you're studying them so carefully.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Very wonderful talk. So I want to ask that what is noise in cognitive system and how meditators are reducing the noise? Is it the right statement?
Well, depends on the model, right? So specific models of phenomena, cognitive phenomena, do use internal noise as well as part of their, for example, the one that I showed. So for example, this particular model has a bunch of internal noise sources as well. So typically people model it as an additive noise or a multiplicative noise and so on, okay? And there are ways that these noises help or hinder perception in this particular case. So yeah, people do model internal noise. In neural models, people also model neural noise as well. So there are different ways noise is modeled. This is a psychophysical model. So yes, noise is modeled in particular ways. And then whether meditators are better at this, you can sort of inferred that way. You can infer it, but it depends. Difficult to sort of pinpoint it at this point in time to say that this particular noise source is what is reduced or changed by meditation. That depends on having a larger model.
Yeah, for example, these irregular thoughts, when someone meditates, it is generally seen that when someone meditates, many thoughts come, right? So we can term it as noise because
you can.
Yeah, but for meditators, they are so practiced and they have so much engaged in that process that they can control that thought.
Yes.
So that is where they are reducing that noise in terms of irregular thoughts and focusing on some.
Because you have now said noise and thoughts are intruding thoughts are exactly the same, then they mean the same thing. But in a particular model, noise may appear in a particular way in the model, and we don't have a very good model for something like what you just described as of now, because we don't really have a good model of what people call a stream of thought. So we are sort of working on it, but we don't really have a good model at this time to answer it in more precise detail.
Thank you, sir.
Continuing to that question, I also have, I'll just take the privilege of, I'm sorry, I'll give you the my privilege of chairing the session to ask question. So you showed the study where we have noise plus stimulus, and many of the experiments are showing with instruction. So whatever participants have to do have been instructed. So is there any study where we show two stimulus at the same time? One is which they are instructed to attend, and the other is which they are not instructed to attend, and we focus on the processing of the stimulus which is not being instructed to process?
Well, people generally don't explicitly say that way because it's difficult to verify or implement it. So what people do is that you can sort of force it in a particular way using a task. So similar to what I showed where the dots were flashing, more endogenous versions, for example, of that study have been done. Okay. So even this one, which I just showed, we have just completed, although I don't have the results, I did not put it here, using endogenous cueing where the cue predicts the location of the scene. We get similar effects. Okay. So just now we completed it. We don't, I mean, the results I didn't put.
So do you also have the processing of the scene? Do you have any question which answers the experience of scene, not
Yes,
the
these are the
individual
experience about scene. Is it indoor or outdoor? And this is about the scene only.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah, right.
This 4-point awareness rating scale is for the scene only, not for the letters.
Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. It's wonderful. You very simply explained the whole technical aspect. I have no question at all. But however, I have a request. You, in your method, you have mentioned that two aspects you are discussing about, that psychophysics and another is phenomenological. If time permits, it briefly can explain about the phenomenological aspects of understanding of attention. Thank you.
So, okay. So the way that we do it, the first step is essentially move away from objective measures of accuracy and reaction time and look for reports of appearance or experience or reports of experience, right? That's a first step. Phenomenology, of course, it's a loaded word, right? So you have proper phenomenologists, Brentano, Husserl, and Merleau-Ponty, and so on. So I didn't talk about this. So one of the things that, because I study time as well and temporal properties, we have tried to use notions from Husserl, for example, on pretension, retention, and so on, for looking at the subjective time. And Husserl has this nice, interesting book on time consciousness. So where he talks about these things. So we have incorporated them in our framework or model, which I did not talk about, but so we have done those as well. Yeah.
My question is, where does actually it's very curiosity, and the whole over the world is looking for that. Where is that threshold pointing towards the consciousness? So
no, we are simply saying that there are variables or factors, let's say attention, changes those thresholds or slopes.
Okay.
Or basically, you can interpret it as attention influences whatever the mechanisms that underlie your conscious experience are, they are changed in a systematic way using attention. That's all I'm.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can we have more questions afterwards during maybe networking sessions? Due to the time crunch, we will stop here. Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful experiments, and it really gives us a kickstart for how we can actually manipulate our thought and experiences, and we can also prove it with science. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivasan, for the enlightening journey into the mechanics of how consciousness is understood in terms of attention. And thank you, ma'am, for steering the session so brilliantly. You have set a really high intellectual standard for the conference for the next 2 days. Now I request madam and sir to please take the dais, and ma'am to felicitate sir with a token of appreciation. Can we have a big round of applause, everybody, and the volunteers to kindly, yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Moving on, it is my distinct honor to introduce our next speaker, Professor Pius V. Thomas, a professor from the Department of Philosophy at Assam University, Silchar. Professor Thomas is a scholar whose work traverses the vast landscape of contemporary Western philosophy, ethics, and critical hermeneutics. His research is deeply rooted in the pursuit of justice and understanding, exploring the philosophies of Rabindranath Tagore and Mahatma Gandhi, the complexities of human rights, and the delicate balance between democracy and religion. His scholarly output is truly remarkable, with over 40 published papers and a series of significant volumes. Most recently, his books include Cosmopolitan Thought and the Displaced and Journeys on the Margin, published in 2023 and 24 respectively. This year, he furthered the discourse on global justice with his edited volume, Human Rights Perspectives. Dr. Thomas continues to push the boundaries of thought with several forthcoming work, including a critical look at the contemporaneous of Gandhi and the patterns of intersubjectivity. His research also reaches into the spiritual and comparative realms, having led a significant project on the concept of meditation in the Tibetan Buddhism, supported by the United Board and the Chinese University of Hong Kong. With a career dedicated to the understanding the margins, the ethical, and the intercultural, he brings a wealth of wisdom to the ITC PR 2025. Please join me in welcoming Professor Thomas, sir. And it is my pleasure to introduce the chair. Sir, if you could just be on the dais. And it is my pleasure to introduce the chairperson for this session, Dr. Amrita Satpathy, the head of the School of Humanities, Social Sciences and Management at IIT Bhubaneswar. Dr. Satpathy's research interests include travel, life and creative writing, media and pop culture, and creative writing. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Amrita Satpathy. Ma'am will chair the session now. I'll give the mic to you. Can you?
So I would now like to invite Professor Pius V. Thomas to begin his session. Looking forward to your session, sir.
This one, not here. This is good. Okay. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Respected Chair, Dr. Amrita Satpathy, distinguished scholars and dear friends. Let me thank the organizers of this wonderful conference first. And particularly Dr. Sritama Mishra, who is instrumental in inviting me specifically for this conference. I'm very happy to see a lot of scholars, distinguished professors, students of various disciplinary background coming together. So I think one of the most important need of all our discussion is a kind of interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary or multidisciplinary framework and understanding. So I'm happy to see that here. When we think of this theme that I've selected, that is reality and thought, embodiment and lived experience, I think, particularly from a phenomenological point of view, there is a conglomerate of three very important ideas: consciousness, intersubjectivity, lived world, or Lebenswelt in German, life world. That is the way it is translated. And if you come to consciousness, as Professor Srinivasan was telling, so many anchoring, so many viewpoints, scientific, neuroscientific, philosophical, psychological, cognitive, so many. If you come to intersubjectivity is basically a critical theoretic or phenomenological framework or concept of understanding. There also you have umpteenth number of conceptual frameworks. But if you come to this lived world, broadly internally, that is without much of a difference of opinions, it is culture broadly. Culture, cross-cultural, intercultural, kind of looking at the world in which we are living, the world shared by us. We share the world. That is the idea. So my ambition, it is slightly overambitious, to think about this particular thought and all that, not here. Here it is not possible. To make a kind of intercultural sense of embodiment. Is it possible? I do not know. Philosophers are here. And Professor Srinivasan was just mentioning about time, Husserl and all that. Do we get some kind of clues from there? I look forward to that. And in my presentation, actually, philosophy is such a very old repository of ideas. Not like cognitive science or psychology, but a kind of modern human sciences. It's very old. So if you talk about realism, there are hundreds of shades to it. If you talk about idealism, there are hundreds of shades to it. Across different cultures, different geographical areas, etc., etc. So what I'm trying to do is, from the point of view of this particular kind of a perspective, pick up randomly certain ideas and try to align them to make me lead at least to certain kind of a possible conclusion. You may not agree. You will challenge. That openness is given to you. We have great scientists like Professor Andrew Briggs and many others. So I'll slowly move on to this. So reality, I think, may not be correct. Three prominent thought patterns: metaphysical, one; scientific, of course, scientific in the old Newtonian sense, and the quantum theoretic; and phenomenological or phenomenologic. So what is thought according to metaphysics? Thought according to various traditions of metaphysics is casual and necessary entity and the core and substratum of rational inquiry. This definition is slightly made by me. You can challenge it. Then it represents the spectrum between the fundamental reality and the ultimate reality. So this is a very important discussion which is going on in various aspects of philosophization. Not only in things related with metaphysics, in political philosophy, in cultural studies. This is a very important contested area. That is fundamental reality and the ultimate reality. Can we talk about both? And if you come to ancient Greek thought, this has been captured in first cause and reason. I'm just taking the main words. The nature of human knowledge, another important milestone. Enlightenment thinking, Kant, transcendental idealism. The interconnectedness of thought and being by Hegel. And you have a series of left Hegelians and structuralists, post-structuralists, and all these people, you can see this
shade of what is the ultimate reality, or what is thought, what is philosophy. That which integrates knowledge and liberation according to Indian philosophy. We come to Indian philosophy, we have a very important integration taking place where liberation and knowledge come together. So when it comes to science, it is different. Science would say that it's a biological brain activity to survive. That is thought. You adjust. Organisms adjust. Some of the scientists may not agree with me because this is basically from an evolutionary or evolutionist theory's point of view. Therefore, thought generates knowledge. You see an equation here. Thought is leading to knowledge. It is absolutely objective result of such an activity, the scientific objectivism. The scientific method is a continuous process which usually begins with observations about the natural world. Okay? The other things you read, I'm not reading. Thought generates knowledge through empirical means. A very important emphasis here, empiricism, not rationalism. If you come to philosophy, you have this big debate going on, whether what is the source of knowledge, whether it is empirical, experiential, or is it rational. When you come to Kant, do you see that? No, the mind, the structure of mind, the structure of reality will determine what is knowledge. And if you come to quantum mechanics, there are many scholars here, they challenge the old philosophical idea or philosophical or naive scientific idea that reality emphasizing probabilities, indeterminacy, and the role of observation in shaping reality. So the role of observation or observer. So if you come to reality, the next point, metaphysics, reality is fundamentally subjective consciousness or objective consciousness, both. And what the subjective mind gathers or represents as reality is knowledge, thought to reality. We have a lot of schools there, metaphysical idealism, nominalism, epistemological idealism, etc., so on and so forth. Reality is fundamentally mind independent, but the ultimate reality, objective mind, conscious mind. It is realism. Mind independent reality. Whether you exist or not, this board will exist. That's it. Reality is matter and materialistic. The first one was telling reality is mind, consciousness, all that. Or idea. In more philosophical language, it is idea. Metaphysical fundamental reality is either pure absolute mind or matter. So fundamental reality is either pure absolute mind or matter. That entails, I do not know, this is challengeable, debatable. Ontology, knowledge of the ultimate reality. When we talk about metaphysics, we have ontology. The famous question of Leibniz, if any philosophy student is here, they can easily remember that. Why there is something rather nothing? That is the question. There is something. There is something. Why? All this could have been nothing. No. Why? That is the ontological question. Ontological, the presence. Epistemology, knowledge about fundamental reality. Next stage. When it comes to the ultimate reality, metaphysics open it to cosmology, eschatology, soteriology, and axiology. Value theories, about future, about death, about life after death, all that. Do you agree with that? If you don't agree with that, I'm happy. Because there are metaphysicians who don't agree with this. But I am making this pronouncement here. Science methodologically affirms only fundamental reality. It doesn't talk about ultimate reality. It cannot. There are perhaps some quantum theories, but basically science would say that, no, because the organisms respond to the climate, environment. So you cannot say that this would be the ultimate reality. No, you can say what. Why is difficult. Philosophy will ask, or metaphysics will ask, why? We'll come to that. Now comes to I think that my concern, phenomenology. Phenomenology is completely in a different domain. Challenging. Thought is fundamentally a matter of conscious experience, not the way materiality, I use the word in my abstract. Some people were thinking, oh, this is not English, it's un-English. Or ideality. I'm telling to make it as to show the voluminous of this idea. Sorry, the voluminous nature of the idea. While metaphysical understanding of thought is based on externality and objectivity, and ideality, materiality, phenomenology mediates on things appear to us in consciousness. Simple, basic things I am telling. Thought begins from the structures of consciousness and how they shape our understanding of the world. It is reversing. It's proactive. It emphasizes, Professor was also mentioning about that, it emphasizes the importance of consciousness as the active constituting element of the world as we experience it. There's a lot of difference. It is not there, we, our consciousness. Reality is the lived experience of individuals. Next idea of reality. It is based on the understanding of how people perceive, interpret, and give meaning to their social worlds. The key marker here is the concept of consciousness. The first important part or the marker or the conglomerate that I was talking about, that is consciousness. And this consciousness is marked by phenomenology with a very important idea, that is intentionality. Consciousness is fundamentally intentional. It is not something there out, independent from us. No. It is always directed toward an object as intentionality. Intentionality is always directed. Okay? So it makes a lot of difference. For Heidegger, all these are a world of its own. Husserl or Brentano or the other great phenomenologists, or existential phenomenologists like Heidegger, Merleau-Ponty, Sartre, later existentialists, post-phenomenologists. All these are a world of its own. So I'm just mentioning the key points. For Heidegger's consciousness, sorry, it's a mistake. For Heidegger, apostrophe is not needed. For Heidegger, consciousness as existence embedded in temporality and world-relatedness. So here comes a very important concept of temporality, time. Now comes the most important aspect, which I think is important for the discussion that we are planning to bring in. Embodied reality. Maurice Merleau-Ponty, another important thinker, reframes consciousness as the epiphenomenon of embodied perception. Embodiment, body presence. The living body presents a third category that unites and transcends the physiological and the psychological. This is the fundamental category and the third category as well. Perception is fundamentally embodied and world-directed. See? Perception, thought, and reality. So most of the time we tend to see perception as a tool. No. So if you come to the psychology of sensation, we have this idea, sense organs, perception, organized sensation is perception, then thought, concepts. But that is different. Here it is different. It's a different, altogether different idea Merleau-Ponty is putting forward. Another post-phenomenologist, Dan Zahavi, argues, I quote, unless a mental process is pre-reflectively self-conscious, there will be nothing it is like to undergo the process. And it therefore cannot be a phenomenally conscious process. This Merleau-Ponty also is explaining in a different language. Merleau-Ponty makes it more emphatic as he observes. Dan Zahavi is our contemporary. He's alive. He's a psychiatrist. Keeps on writing. One of the most important authority of post-phenomenological thinking, Dan Zahavi. But Merleau-Ponty is no more ego. He observes, intransitive self-consciousness is a primitive form of self-consciousness in the sense that it does not require any subsequent act of reflection or introspection. So perhaps in conventional psychology or conventional epistemology, we have this notion. Where do we start? Starting point. But here they say that it is pre-reflective. It is already there because it is embodied, but occurs simultaneously with awareness of the object. Awareness, pre-reflective awareness. Does not consist in forming a belief or making a judgment, and is passive in the sense of being spontaneous and involuntary. This tacit self-awareness involves a form of non-objective bodily self-awareness. This is the justification of Maurice Merleau-Ponty. An awareness of one's lived body, lieb, or embodied subjectivity, correlative to experience of the object. Time. We'll keep on traveling. Okay, yes. So what is embodied reality? The next section. I think there is a logical connection in what I am presenting. Yes. Merleau-Ponty's or Merleau-Ponty's Ponty, they say Ponty's phenomenology of embodiment reveals that consciousness is not a disembodied mental substance or a purely neural process. What is he telling? Disembodied. Perhaps Indian Vedanta can make a dialogue with this. Neuroscience can make a dialogue with this. Psychology can make a dialogue with this. But emerges through the lived body's engagement with this environment. That is embodied reality. Reality is embodied. That's what he's telling. It is not embodied reality alone. Reality itself is embodied. Perception is not a science of the world. It is not even an act. A deliberate taking up of position. Taking up of a position. It is the background from which all acts, sanctum sanctorum, horizon, and is presupposed by them. Just like Kant. Kant says, transcendental idealism, we presuppose space and time in everything. Embodied action, sensory motor capacities, and practical engagement with meaningful context are not merely peripheral to consciousness, but constitute the very structure of it. Highly debatable point. Perhaps I think the later post-phenomenology thinkers like Thomas Fuchs, these people are all into psychiatry, all that. Thomas Fuchs, then Ide, who is coming out with phenomenology and technology. Paul Weber, I don't remember his name. There are several people into this wonderful way of looking at embodiment from different aspects and dimensions. So what I'm trying to drive home, these ideas are giving some important insights in understanding AI. Okay? Am I right? Fine. So, lived world or life world or Lebenswelt. The life world, the next category. We are moving from category to category. Conglomerate, don't forget. These three are there. Yeah. The life world, according to Husserl, is a singular unitary world horizon within which we take ourselves to exist along with everyone else and everything else that exists. We are not independent islands. We are sharing a world, a lived world. In this sense, the life world is a universal horizon of experience which we always already presuppose and which structures in advance our experiences as experiences belonging to one coherent spatio-temporal whole. The life world is that which is taken for granted and indeed relied upon as valid by each of us individually and collectively in our everyday activities. You can compare it with the linguistic turn in philosophy. All these are simultaneously perhaps happening. Ontological turn and linguistic turn. How do we know the reality? We were thinking that reality is out there. Through our sensory perception, we know. Okay? But the linguistic turn would say that we are knowing reality through language. Wittgenstein and some of these Saussure, from a different angle, but You can call this maybe an elephant. Is there any problem to this? Nothing. Because we name it. It is a social construction. So many of our divine things, many of our metaphysical ideas, many of our dogmas are all created by us. That is the point, nothing else. These are all created by social construction. Yes. The life world that which is taken for granted and indeed relied upon as valid by each of us individually and collectively in our everyday activities. It is structured according to meanings, relations, and expectations that are in part the products of history and culture. So culture, I told you, culture will come. Lived world and culture. It is intelligible to speak of a plurality of life worlds corresponding to the multiplicity of cultural traditions. How many cultures are there? It is better to use Derridian language. Multitude. We do not know. Yes. Now, I think these two ideas can be connected in a wonderful idea which these people were developing. That is intersubjectivity. Truth is intersubjective corroboration. If you know philosophy, there are several theories of truth, no? Correspondence theory of truth, coherence theory of truth, propositional theory of truth, pragmatic theory of truth. But people like Habermas, those who have done this, kind of later phenomenon, I won't call him a phenomenologist, but he's a critical theorist, he would say that it is intersubjective corroboration. We decide what is truth. That's it. In simple language. Don't mistake, lot of complications. Intersubjectivity as a concept finds its source of meaning from the idea that the core of human action and its social dynamics is constituted in relationships and communication, a result of a shared world. Through communication, through a shared world, we create meaning. And the meaning dimension is different from the factual dimension. Okay. There is a factual world. Of course, we have to agree with that. 1 + 1 is 2. Suppose if I say that, because factual statements you can say either true or false. Suppose if I say that there are 1,000 people inside this room, the statement is true or false? False. How would you know? Count. That's all. But suppose if I say that you have a girlfriend. Suppose, luckily by God's grace, there is a girlfriend. You go and tell your girlfriend, I love you 150 kilos. Can you say that? Impossible, because such things cannot be quantified. And you say that my heart is full of red for you or green for you, and your girlfriend is taking you to a laboratory. Open his heart, let me see. Not possible. It's a metaphoric statement. Those statements are in the realm of meaning. And we live a life in the realm and domain of meaning, primarily. Okay, that is the meaning of embodiment. Emotional embodiment, intercultural embodiment, etc., etc. Yes. Husserl speaks of ecological intersubjectivity. Now, there are so many theoretical deviations within this concept of intersubjectivity. Husserl will talk about empathetic and ecological intersubjectivity, because he says that it looks at the interworld and otherness as being constitutive of an epistemological and developmental psychological negotiation of intersubjectivity. That is the statement. It's not my word. Sorry. This I have taken from a great book on intersubjectivity. I'll tell you later. One of the best books written on intersubjectivity. So, Husserl would say that you cannot know the other, but you can know you and make that stand in dialogue with the other. The kind of epistemological understanding of the other. The other subject. But there is an opposite. That is radical intersubjectivity. It is a pre-reflective opening to the other, openness to the other. Martin Buber, Emmanuel Levinas, Merleau-Ponty. It is position that emphasizes the inevitability of a primeval, ethical, phenomenological otherness and thus implied interworldness. There is an otherness in all of us. For example, what's your mother tongue? Korea. Who taught you mother tongue? You learned social framework. That means language is already there. Okay. You learned it. This is the way you automatically come to know. It is a pre-reflective. It is not that, oh, I am now 1 year old, let me go and learn Oriya. No. It is happening. Noam Chomsky would say that there is a kind of what you call, that is his positivist idea. There is pre-programmed faculty for language. You can't compare these two ideas. Chomsky is somewhere else. For the sake of explaining this, I told you this. Chomsky is different. So radical intersubjectivity, I have another important thinker who is Maurice Merleau-Ponty. His analysis of intersubjectivity tells us that, of course, I have your problem. Sociolinguistics is there, behavioral linguistics is there, but debates on that. But this is a very important point to come to. See, the problem in philosophy, social theory, cultural analysis, when we face an ethical issue, how to go back in theory and reinterpret. That is the challenge. That is a critical activity. Okay. So whether that is allowed or not, there comes the freedom, academic freedom, intellectual freedom, philosophical freedom. So Maurice Merleau-Ponty's analysis of intersubjectivity tells us that other minds are given to us only as incarnate, as belonging to faces and gestures. Ethics of the Face of Levinas, you can remember here. It establishes that consciousness is fundamentally intersubjective and cannot be understood as an isolated individual phenomenon. This is a problem in philosophy. We know that subjectivity, objectivity is a huge problem. Many of our understanding of humanness coming together will stuck up if you don't have a proper understanding of intersubjectivity. It implies that Merleau-Ponty's phenomenology of embodiment reveals that consciousness is not a disembodied mental substance or a purely neural process, but emerges through the lived body's engagement with its environment. Do you remember? I said it earlier also. I'm repeating it because in this context of intersubjectivity, this means that embodied action, sensory motor capacities, and practical engagements with meaningful context are not merely peripheral to consciousness, but constitutes. So you see this in the context of intersubjectivity also. So Q is not a very good word. Advice. What to gather from here? Perhaps it's time for me to stop. Yeah, that's why. How much more time do I have? 7 minutes. Oh, that means it's over. 7 minutes. What is it? Yeah. So reality and thought. Consciousness precipitates knowledge that is emancipatory and self-transcending. This I gather from the understanding of embodiment, embodied intersubjectivity, okay, and the lived world. And reality and thought, what is there? It is consciousness precipitates as knowledge that is emancipatory and self-transcending. Self-transcending. Otherwise, there's no knowledge. It should be emancipatory. What is the meaning of emancipatory? Knowledge should be able to liberate you, make you go up, grow. That is the meaning. Of course, there's a lot of critical meaning in that. If you come to critical theorists, they will say so many other things. Primary meaning is this. The why question that necessitates thought, reality, consciousness is an ethical choice. Think about the debate of ancient Indian philosophy and other things, thought. Why? Why this universe? Why consciousness? How will you answer this question? You can say, what is consciousness? The structure of consciousness. Why? Different cultures have given different meaning, different ideas to this. If you come to Indian thought, they will say it's play. If you come to the Christian tradition, there is a concept of Trinity. In Hinduism also there is a concept of Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwara. And this Trinity, it says that creation, the purpose of creation, consciousness, is love, is community. That's why. Who wants this world? Do you want it? Yeah, when you're happy, it's fine. Next moment you are unhappy. You will die. Miseries will come. Look the world around. Then you will ask, at least once in your life you will ask. Nonsense. Who made this? Oh, everywhere contradiction. We have a thinker in Kerala. Very good. He was an Advaitin, Vedantin, sannyasi. Now he has become Pakka atheist. And he would say that if I see God, I'll beat him up. That's what he's telling. Because everywhere violence. Everywhere, what do you say, miserable kind of shortcomings. You go out, I'm an animal lover. Everywhere poor dogs, cats are standing for one-time meal. This world belongs to them also. It's not our private property. How can we justify the cruelty done to animals, lesser human beings? Think about AI. Okay. Yes. So in phenomenology, the why question in metaphysics, as I represented it, is mainly cosmogonic. Cosmogony means kind of constructed mythology, implying ultimate reality due to metaphysical necessity. This is metaphysical necessity only. But in phenomenology, as it is the ethical understanding, it is an ethical choice. You think about the answer given by Buddha, Gautama Buddha. Do you believe in God? I'm not interested in that. I want to solve the problem of human beings. Whether God is there or not is not my concern. I want to help human beings. So that is ethical choice. You have to make a choice. Either a cosmogonic choice or an ethical choice. You can object. No problem. The why of ethical relationality, shared world, the dimension of meaning, therefore, the why of consciousness is community, coexistence, cultural choices, ethical choices. Yeah, now the AI question. I'll finish it in 5 minutes. The AI question. We need to have kind of ethical quotient in looking at AI. Knowledge is intersubjective and critical. It is decentered knowledge, emancipatory and therapeutic. It instills the critique of positivist and scientific concept of intelligence. Positivism is a kind of cancerous growth in science. If you ask the philosophers of science, you can understand. It is a kind of science's unscientific emphasis on itself. Uncritical looking at of science by science. Yeah, that is positivism. Therefore, it implicates AI and its approach to intelligence. That's what I think. The concept of intelligence have approved and accepted scientifically and alternatively. Intelligence, as per the popular sources, has been defined in many ways. The capacity or abstraction, logic, understanding, self-awareness, learning, etc., etc. But this is positivistic. Why? There is an alternative understanding of intelligence. Intelligence is emotional intelligence, radical intelligence, intersubjective intelligence, critical intelligence, embodied intelligence. Not pure abstract intelligence. Okay? So critique of AI, the narrow or the soft AI and its conception of intelligence, as we have seen above, may argue that the qualitative dimension of intelligence can be reduced to the adaptive behaviors within environment or context. But we know after various phenomenological and post-phenomenological critical deconstructive engagements, if you're interested, you read, so many names are given. If you go for a serious interview in IIT, I've heard you tell so many names, they will reject you because it's name dropping. I'm doing that mistake here. Anyway, I don't want a job here. Okay. So many names are given for the students. So to conclude, AI machine learning is okay. There are two types. Machine learning, wonderful. Let it go on. But AGI is a problem. That is the area where they talk about singularity and all that. AGI means general intelligence. has to be able to encounter intelligence as consciousness embodied, which can inherently, effectively, and critically contrast convergent thinking with broad divergent thinking. Should be able to do that. Convergent thinking is basically converging, because from an ethical point of view, I'm telling, this will give one answer to one question, one question to one answer. But divergent thinking, wherein we are involved, social sciences, philosophy, art, liberal education, we can have multiple answers. That is called divergent. Perhaps in science, they cannot achieve this divergence. That's why in science, there are post-empirical sciences. They don't call science. Science any longer is not a singular. It is sciences, post-empirical sciences. Yes. So, what I'm thinking is responsible AI through responsible, ethically poised HI. So, this is a paradigm, I think. When we talk about AI, we should think about responsible HI. Recently, I read a book where the author was telling it is not comparing human intelligence and artificial intelligence, or making artificial intelligence as human intelligence. General intelligence can think, imagine, etc. No, we have to go for more powerful AI evolutionarily better than human intelligence. Fine. Possible, they say, some people say that. IBM and all that, they are doing that. When many AI enthusiasts see the future of AI with enormous modification of HI, your answer. Human intelligence, many philosophers and ethicists point out that there are gross AI challenges such as commodification of learning, reduction of education to information transfer, replacement of human relationship with algorithmic interactions, and aggravation of inequalities between those with access to cutting edge technologies and those without. Immediate problems. Perhaps we will solve all these later. In an interesting write-up, Why Artificial Intelligence is Neither Artificial Nor Intelligent, Miriam Nasi Al-Rashid shares with us that the ethical leadership should make AI accountable to a governance framework that ensures, this is what I said, responsible and, responsible HI, to make responsible AI. And what should we do to make human intelligence responsible? That is the question. So the first question is making us responsible, not ethically challenging AI. Make us capable of challenging AI. That thing will go on. And Geoffrey Hinton, the godfather, he said recently that the ethicsless astronomical investments by the tech giants may replace human labor with AI for profit. And Geoffrey Hinton, then popular Harari, you all know Harari, and maybe Roger Penrose, you mentioned Penrose, and I can give you 100 names here. They're all warning us against irresponsible AI. Okay, so then the concluding line. A responsible ethical choice of HI should make AI to foster relational authenticity. This is a very important word, authentic. We should be authentic as human beings, ethically authentic. That is responsible HI, where we can understand, incorporate, and it needs an intercultural dialogue. Someone asked about Professor Srinivasan, how interculturally this can be. Our professor was asking. So this intercultural dialogue is important to tell what is authenticity. Authenticity in one word is radical honesty, radical truthfulness. But it is much more than that. So many other cultures, fringe cultures, all of them should come, sit in dialogue. Then only we'll be able to define what is authenticity. That authenticity is to be relational authenticity, to support peaceful, just coexistence of different cultural and intercultural identities and claims, the biosphere and the whole of the Gaia. So I remember 2 or 3 very important thinkers, environmental thinkers, they were telling self-transcendence is a very important embodied knowledge. Whether AI can do that? They were telling, when we talk about ethics, talk about peace, talk about knowledge, we should be able to look at the universe from the spider's point of view also. It's not my view. From a spider's point of view, from a cat's point of view, from a dog's point of view, from a microbe's point of view. Microbes' point of view. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I have a paper. I have all these names. I'm not name dropping again. So these are all wonderful things, guys. They are all reminding us how to make AI responsible through an embodied, intersubjectively, culturally sensitive, responsible HI. Thank you. I hope I made some sense. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Pius V. Thomas, for the wonderful, wonderful session. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, it was wonderful for me because I'm a student of English literature and not linguistics. But I did identify with a lot of things. So when you first talked about the idea of subjective and objective and Kant and Hegel and the idea of how thought leads to knowledge, which is empirical. So I was reminded of Francis Bacon, who said, open your minds and go beyond the shores and explore the world. And very Renaissance ideas where you have to break the constructed molds in order to, challenge your thought perception and reality. So that's how he freed us from the Middle Ages. So that is what Indian tradition also looks at. So wonderful, wonderful session, and I really enjoyed and I learned a lot. So I've taken a lot of notes, which I'm going to study. So thank you so much, sir. It was wonderful. No, sir, I'm being very genuine. As a researcher, I'm being very genuine. So now I open the floor for questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I really love your lecture. One of my bad habits is whatever I see in Western philosophy, I try to infuse in Indian context. So whenever I see your lecture in intersubjectivity and lived experience, I remember that on the context of temporal necessity. My question is, the philosopher or the philosophical school who does not accept the reality of time at all, how they will explain the lived experience? Particularly, I am trying to point out Madhyamika Buddhism, Nagarjuna's philosophy, and another philosophy is Sankhya philosophy, particularly. I have taken Sankhya philosophy. Both philosophical schools have not accepted the reality of time at all. How they will explain the lived experience in the context of Purusha Prakriti relationship, or in the context of Madhyamika philosophy, Sambandha Sambandhi relationship. So this is my question: how they will explain the lived experience without holding the acceptance of reality of time?
This is the main critique against Madhyamika, Sankhya. Perhaps the whole of, I have fingers, those who called it a kind of Gnosticism, uncritical kind of pitfalls in Indian thought. That's one answer. It's not the complete answer. But recently I wrote a paper with a lot of effort. I'm a student of Buddhism only. Post-traditional Buddhism. How to look at Buddhism from a post-traditional point of view. And I was trying to explain intersubjectivity, the same poor intersubjectivity. And a friend of mine told, there is no self or subjectivity in Buddhism. But what I was trying to argue is, in Buddhism, there is a cosmopolitan idea of suffering. Who suffers? As long as suffering is there, the concept of suffering. Now, Buddha himself has started, na? Dukkha samudaya niruddha marga. Suffering is there, time is there, intersubjectivity is there. It is to be derived. Why they couldn't do that? That is the problem. If you look at Shankara, Shankara is called Prachanda Bauddhaya. Why? Shankara was trying to somehow go beyond the Madhyamaka or the Nagarjuna or later Madhyamakas. Full denial. He wanted to ontologize, create something. There is something. This is a kind of ongoing debate. So it's relational. When you say that there is no time, your perspective is Western. There is an internal time for them in different categories, expressed through different categories. Try to find out that. That's all. This is dialogue. This is dialogue. This we have to do. Instead of doing that, instead of actually keeping it open, because, see, for example, when Sankhya was imagined, when Shankara was doing, you just think about the word, the general awareness level, science. They were doing it centuries ago. Okay. So, yeah, they had, no, it's okay. They had a life world. That life world is to be interculturally translated, hermeneutically interpreted. That is a philosopher's job. Instead of asking how, you do it. As a researcher, you can do. We have to do that. This is the way the knowledge will relationally progress. Okay. So the biggest problem is, most of the time, we isolate thought. We cannot isolate thought. We try to say that, see, this is my area, my culture, my identity. It's impossible. No culture is pure in itself. Every culture is intercultural. Suppose if I am from Kerala, and I am a Syrian Christian. You know Syrian Christians? Yes. We claim that we are very, with wonderful origin, and we are, our ancestors were all Brahmins, all that. Very privileged. But I do not know who is my great-great-grandfather. Who knows? So that's what postmodern thinkers are telling. All the identities are basically, will end up in difference. So this is a point of debate. Okay? So that is to be brought into or translated into kind of dialogical, intercultural, communicative pattern. Otherwise, we'll end up in violence. That we have to decide. It's our fate, whether we should end up in violence or we live, coexist. The whole of culture making is basically to live together. I want to live, you also want to. A dog wants to live, cat wants to live. You know, this Jaina theory, Tirthankara, he died for a snake. He couldn't accept snake being burnt. So he said, burn me. Ramanuja, there's a very interesting, I'm from Indian context, I'm telling. Ramanuja's guru had given him a mantra. If this mantra is revealed to other people, he will go to hell. So he told, let me go to hell. Other people will be saved, This openness to otherness, that should be the key word of our intercultural translatability. I can say only that much. Thank you.
We have a question, right? I'll come to you.
So it's a kind of a very basic question that after the discussion, can we conclude that truth or consciousness is truly experiential in nature, or it lies in the middle ground between perception, reality, or social framework?
What you said, the second is more appropriate. So instead of metaphysically grounding, fixing, you have to make it relational. Okay? Part of social construction, part of our dialogue, part of our making. Because suppose we make a cultural truth, it is not permanent. It will be interpreted, reinterpreted. That is our nature. Man is an interpreting animal. Cultures are interpreting animals.
So can it be signifies that in the context of suffering, if you having different suffering, I having different suffering, so your truth will be different than mine?
No, it will be dialogically the same. When you stand in dialogue, see, what is your suffering?
it can be practical, it can be emotional, it can be anything.
You have language, no?
Yeah.
You have emotional kind of intelligence. Suppose you wanted to get first rank or something in your exam.
Yeah.
You got only third rank or you failed. Can I come and give a big lecture to you? Failing and there's nothing. So many people have failed. I failed. He failed. Failure is the step to future and all that. There is actually just a patting. This is the way suffering is shared. Suffering is shared in mutually compassionate gestures. Their suffering will become common. Your suffering will become common. And Buddha made it. Buddha actually made this common, no? What are the suffering according to Buddha? Birth.
That final point, yeah.
Yeah. Death. Vardhakya. All these are.
So it can lie between theism and atheism, like Charvakya Shastra and...
Absolutely. And I would discuss with Professor Briggs tomorrow. Theism, atheism, all these are. There's no borderline between these two. Otherwise, the borderlines are border crossing. Now, everybody knows it. People who are telling that I'm a theist is lying. Someone is telling that I'm absolutely atheist, he's also lying. Because there are moments of theism, there are moments of atheism. Okay, in everybody's life. They're border crossing all the time. Have you seen some modern, just for the sake of joke I am telling, have you seen established atheists? No God! But he'll be scared of a booth, a prayer and all that. I know it myself. There was an established atheist, a friend of mine. We were going to a remote place, just went for walking. And there was a kind of old house. I said, this is a haunted house. Then he said, then I will go this side. He doesn't believe in God. I'm trying to say it in simple language. Because these are all happening in different way, different realms, different kinds of, what do you say, different kinds of life world experience.
So
there are no universally untouchable kind of constructions. They are all crisscrossing. Okay.
Truth
melting. Osmosis. Osmosis, no? Yeah. Osmosis means they'll slowly move from this side to that side, that side to this side. Slowly they will mingle together. So theism, atheism is basically a kind of osmotic, with an osmotic border.
So we can conclude that truth remains same, but the nuances transform with time. We can.
Yes, that is another way of putting it. Another way of putting it. Yes.
That's.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Since you talked about AI and HI and how we can make HI ethical, we should make HI ethical and responsible. I wanted to hear about something you didn't discuss. How AI is affecting the definition of reality nowadays, because every time I'm seeing content every day, I'm asking 100 times a day, is this real? Is this real? Is this real? Is there a criteria we can rely on to or to hold on while just seeing the everyday content, to hold to the reality, to know what is real, what is not?
I think our intelligence is critical dimension of our thought intelligence is powerful enough to make out these two. The problem is some systems will make us gullible to all these, that's all. So for example, you take the history of philosophy. There are two paradigms. One is verifiability. What is truth? You have to verify. Can you verify everything? You cannot. So Karl Popper came and told us falsifiability. Okay. So our critical intelligence, our critical understanding, our critical involvement, our critical living, that's why we use the word of embodiment and all that. Dialogue, which will be able to rectify this. Of course, there are a lot of unreal things are coming. You're talking about a practical issue. This practical issue can be resolved. But the problem is virtual reality, it can create a kind of singularity. That's the point.
Okay, thank you, sir.
It has been already discussed by a great thinker, Baudrillard, French thinker. Long time ago. It was a prophecy. What is happening with people, those who are living in mobile phones, no? He made a study of that. That time AI was not that powerful. And there are so many thinkers, for example, starting with Alan Turing, John Searle, Daniel Dennett, David Chalmers, for both and against. Okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Because that kind of a debate is going on. That is the positive thing. People are discussing how to challenge this. That is the indication that we have a critical faculty.
Sir, at the very outset of your presentation, you have mentioned one critical difference between fundamental reality and ultimate reality. And you also mentioned that fundamental reality is a subject of science. Science stops at the fundamental reality. It doesn't go beyond that. And ultimate reality that you have mentioned, it is co-creational. Like it is within our society that we are creating an ultimate reality which we are not experiencing. The moment you try to experience it, it just evaporates. So like ultimate reality that we are talking about, especially in philosophy, is it a very ethical question to discuss about ultimate reality, or like how do we pursue the ultimate reality if everything is ethical?
Yeah, that is the distinction that I made. So metaphysics, it will talk about fundamental reality, not only science. It will talk about fundamental reality, relations, relationality, all that. But it will also talk about ultimate reality. Okay. So this ultimate reality is dogmatic. That's why I mentioned the example of Buddha. So when it comes to ultimate reality, instead of falling into metaphysical jargons and metaphysical kind of strictures or dogmas, we have to go to ethical choices. And this ethical choices is very well explained in a project like phenomenology. That's what I said. Okay.
And like in one more point, like you mentioned, what and how of the reality will come first rather than why. You mentioned what and how of the reality comes first rather than why. What is the why?
No. I said most of the time in conventional science or conventional metaphysics, we are into what? We should answer why. Why questions? Why questions cannot be answered by religion, okay, or institutionalized religion, or science. Take the whole debate which is going on. They cannot say why this is. That's why I told already, consciousness. Why consciousness? There are. I told you, the example of Trinity, the example of Brahma, the example of consciousness. Yeah. That can be worked out. Very interesting question. Fundamental. These kind of fundamentals are to be addressed. And as I told you, there are a lot of loopholes in all our arguments. Because if you talk about realism, metaphysical realism, there are several shades to that. Each thinker is contextual, particular context. That context, from that context you have to derive in. So when you talk about finality or the ultimate reality, which context? Which I didn't do here. I don't have time for all that. So that is the way philosophy should progress. Thank you.
Can I ask one last question? Okay. Dr. Srinivasan was talking about attention. Thomas Fuchs, one of the leading post-phenomenologists, he talks about a very interesting concept called protension in his paper, Not Yet Conscious. So he's I think he's a psychologist or psychiatrist. So very interestingly, when we are trying to map like how Srinivasan was talking about, sir was talking about how mapping attention in terms of millisecond, second time with respect to that. In philosophy, when we talk about that, he talks about in his paper the concept of possibility and how irrespective of, AI trying to embody the concept into say like AI or simulate it, he's saying it's not possible to sort of have that possibility in the attention that human beings have. So in terms of attention span that we have when we are looking at things, we are also at the same time thinking about different possibilities of what might happen in the future in that little micro millisecond of span time that we have. So he says that it's not possible to for AI to embody the human consciousness in terms of how we are talking about it. My question here is in terms of having a conference like this where we are merging disciplines together and sort of trying to have a dialogue, are we in retrospect going back and redoing a structure where we are going to study in the future, say like disciplines will want to study something where we do not have concrete psychology, philosophy, mathematics disciplines separately, or should we merge, like as in academia, should merge all the disciplines together and have like a big body or a branch of say like knowledge, thought, and what is your thought?
Exactly. That's what I in the very beginning I mentioned, it is an interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary engagement. Thomas Fuchs said very categorically, because it's a view which is contrasting to many of the GI projects. It cannot be. The self-transcendence, that's what I used, self-transcendence. Your ability to see beyond you. But there are thinkers who say that don't compare machine knowledge or AI knowledge with human knowledge. No meaning in doing that. We may do that. We'll do that. So if you're telling categorically it cannot be done, that is, for the time being, it is absurd. But the point is this, we have to, in an interdisciplinary fashion, in a deepened understanding of our disciplinary boundaries or going beyond the boundaries, we have to keep on asking this question. This question should not be stopped. See, the academia will become very weak after some time. So people, those who are doing research, in 2 days they will complete a PhD thesis. Intelligent people, now they are developing plagiarism, checking programs to counter this problem. AI. One thesis came to me. Beautiful language. All done by ChatGPT. Concepts, everything. So what is the meaning of doing research? So that is that critical, as you said, that's what Thomas Fuchs is telling. That critical, organic moment of thought, self-transcendence. That is with us. Okay? That is to be put in dialogue with AI continuously. That is the interdisciplinary job. Interdisciplinarity. And disciplinary narcissism, that's what I call. It's a disease. English literature people thinking that no, philosophy is not good. Funny, it's happening. You go to colleges and all that, people will take pride in their subjects. It's absurd. And interdisciplinarity is not multidisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity. Interdisciplinarity is deepening your subject in dialogue with other subjects. Roland Barthes and all those people were doing that. See, cultural studies is a very good example. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful and engaging session. So we end the session now. Over to Iman.
Thank you so much, sir, for the talk. And
And it was my privilege to chair your session,
yes.
so I'm very deeply honored.
No, sir, it's fine. Yes. Ma'am, I also ask you to be our sincere gratitude to Professor Thomas for those reflections, philosophical reflections, and Dr. Amrita Satpathy for her insightful moderation for this session. I would request the volunteer to please hand over the token of appreciation to ma'am so that we can felicitate. Sir, can we have a big round of applause for Professor Thomas? Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you once again for your patient listening. Wonderful questions.
Thank you, sir.
It made me think also.
Everybody's thinking a lot here. So, on that note, as we approach the final session of this morning program, it is my distinct honor to introduce the final session before we proceed for lunch. The speaker whose life journey beautifully bridges the worlds of high technology and deep spiritual inquiry. Please welcome Sri Varun Agarwal, also known as His Holiness Bhakti Swarup Rajendra Kumar Swami. Yes, sir. An alumnus of IIT Kanpur, Sri Agarwal graduated at the top of his class in aerospace engineering, where he notably led a pioneering project on solar-powered aircraft. Yet, despite his stellar technical success, a deeper quest for the meaning of life led him to the renowned scientist saint, Dr. T.D. Singh. Sir, I request you to. Yes, sir. Sir will take the dais.
Should I just connect here or I need?
You can connect. I'll just ask somebody to. No. Yeah. Put the.
कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं नहीं अच्छा ठीक है पेन ड्राइव मेरे पास पेन ड्राइव
Working? Okay. Huh? Yeah, no problem. No, this what is it? क्या हो रहा है? Pointer छोड़ दीजिए कोई बात नहीं. This can move further or no? The slides can move, right? Ah, okay, fine. That's all. ठीक है, don't worry about the. I can do with the keep. Here it is working. These keyboards are working. And laser, no problem. We skip the laser. Okay, so. Working. Oh, okay, so everything is working. We are necessarily getting worried. Okay, I'll start with a very short prayer. You can remain seated. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Anmlitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. So, you can hear me well? You know? Oh, it's good. Oh, make. Now you can hear me well? Yes or no? Anyway, not everything is to be heard. It is lunch time. So, okay, so, well, I am not a philosopher, and my background is more towards modern science and some contemplative spiritual practices. So my lens of looking at this topic will be more from modern sciences and also from the spiritual practices which we have been undergoing. So combination of that. So do not ask me very hard questions at the end with very high philosophical words. I beg pardon from you from the beginning. Okay, so, and by the way, the talks are very motivational. I just came into the professor and he was very nice. Thank you so much for bringing so much beautiful wisdom, and also thank you to our teams from our institute as well as HSS that working hard to putting this beautiful event together. So the topic is what is thought? Explorations of quantum physics, neuroscience and Vedanta. Okay. So this we are celebrating 50 years of the Bhaktivedanta Institute for 3 years. 74 is started. This is a Dr. T.D. Singh. He started this. He was a PhD student in University of California, Irvine, from Manipur originally. He went there and then he got into deeper questions of life and then turned towards this and then he started this. So it is a part of these 50 years Golden Jubilee celebrations. So this is a line of thought being taken up today here. A very short introduction, how consciousness is a puzzle today in major scientific disciplines. Most of the things you may know, but just to give a small idea. Introduction to the thoughts, some thoughts about thought, some small thought about thought. Is mind different from brain? Well, whether this mind, so-called mind, whether this is different from this physical structure brain or not, or because there is so much controversy. Some say it is same and some say no. Okay, that part. Is mind different from self? Self means the loose word for soul, Atman, whatever. So don't go too much into specific words, try to get the essence what trying to share. So it's really different, or mind is same, because in Western tradition we have difference in Eastern, that they say mind, conscious, everything basically beyond this physical structure which we can touch. So is mind different from self, and does external world really exist? This is also sometimes a question in philosophy, though it is not really a question in science, but still we'll deal little bit into it. And then what Vedanta talks about mind as per our Vedic Indian philosophy, as well as our contemplative practices, experiences, and then some remarks to share. So we'll go into this. How do you take out this keyboard? Okay. Okay, so first, okay, so these are the some references. Quantum Physics and Consciousness volume we produced about a couple of years ago. Very good book. And this is the dialogue with Penrose, Dr. T.D. Singh had, and the book he wrote himself on consciousness. So some of these are references, and related to Vedanta, these are some of the references he penned, the founder. And these are some of the revolutionary books which really impacted our journey, very deeply, our thought process. If you are looking from the issue of mind and consciousness from the lens of modern science. Actually, our Dr. D.D. Singh, when I met him, he forced me personally instructed me that you should go and study the works of the founders of quantum physics. That's what his beginning instructions, very beginning. Means don't go, you see, we study quantum physics definitely. In our BTech studies in IIT Kanpur, we had quantum physics 101, 201, but mostly these studies are focused on, mathematical equations and how to solve the problems, right? But the deeper understanding, really, so these are some of the books which are very revolutionary. In fact, Heisenberg, you see the subtitle, The Revolution in Modern Science. He himself was amazed. So this Heisenberg, Physics and Philosophy, is one of our favorite books. And What is Life? Schrodinger. Philosophical Problems of Quantum Physics, Heisenberg. Niels Bohr, Light and Life. Means how the issue of reality, means deeper aspects, started from light to electron, ultimately to life. Then Planck, the whole beginning of quantum physics, where is science going? Then Pauli, the innermost kernel, a lot of things about him, and then Schrodinger and Niels Bohr. So these are, if you are really looking at exploring the issues of mind consciousness through modern science lens, I request each one of you to kindly go through them very thoroughly. It really opens up. Okay, so the consciousness puzzle, very short introduction. The institute, Bhaktivedanta Institute, had been involved in this consciousness studies. This is 1990 conference we had in San Francisco. Many of the scholars actually which you hear today, John Searle, our David Chalmers, John Eccles, all of those came there. Actually, after that, the Journal of Consciousness study started. So this was near to UC Berkeley, and a lot of scholars for UC Berkeley were also involved there. Then we had a conference in Calcutta, specifically on quantum physics and consciousness. Many good scholars came. So this has been some of the works, also recently in Yadavpur University, and then in AIMS on brain, mind and consciousness. So this has been some of the issues specifically on mind and consciousness being focused by the institute. This is Crick, the Francis Crick, the Watson and Crick. Now is the time to think scientifically about consciousness, and most important of all, the time to start experimental study of consciousness in a serious, deliberated way. So, see, it is very important that today, with the development of physics and neuroscience, we should very deeply integrate philosophy and psychology with that. Otherwise, we always will remain in clouds, doubts. So it is very important. Of course, that doesn't mean that everything will be solved. There are always gray areas, but so much development has happened in last 100 years that should help a very good portion of issues which we have in our these issues, philosophical issues. So that's why he was saying scientifically is very important these days, because you already have something. I tell you, we had a professor in America. He was a good friend of our Dr. Singh. He was a chemistry professor, quantum chemistry. He was teaching, and he used to say that when I talk to my biology friends, I feel very painful because they treat biology as if physics never happened. You understand? So much gap is there. So we cannot do that same with our this handling these issues from philosophy or psychology without bringing in the developments in other disciplines. So this is consciousness puzzle. I have just put some of the disciplines. Quantum physics is very prominent. Every 1 week some book comes out, quantum physics and mind and consciousness. Mathematics, this may not be very familiar, but our institute has probed into this foundations of mathematics a lot. We have conferences now, many conferences in this area. There are issues in mathematics which you cannot solve without bringing in consciousness. If I say something, you will laugh, and I like you to be happy. If you go to the very root of the mathematics, even 1 + 1 = 2, you will not able to prove without consciousness. Means this is not me. This question is in the foundations of mathematics. It is very popular question in a subject called foundations of mathematics, root of mathematics. So these are the issue comes there. Formally, there is a specific branch in mathematics called intuitionism, against in parallel to the formalism. So there are scholars, mathematicians, mostly situated in Netherlands, a small country, but produce a lot of profound mathematicians, like Germany. So there we met many scholars, and they are still continuing this work. Intuitionism is rooted in intuition, not just a formal system. So they still continue their lineage, the parampara, the papers are published and all. Neuroscience, of course, lot of issues are there, some we will discuss later. Law, this issue is there. Now in America you have a university, the department called Department of Law and Neuroscience. Means if I slap you, who is slapping? There was just firing in my neurons. Take out the neuron, put in the jail. Who is actually doing it? This is a question. It is a real black and white question. Two students are there, one slaps the other, both are studied neuroscience very nicely. Go to the judge. Judge says, why you slapped him? I did not slap him, there was a firing in my neuron, misfiring in my neuron. You take out the neuron, put in the jail. If you really believe that there is no core somebody responsible, then how do we handle the questions of responsibility? It is called issue of responsibility. So this law, this issue is there. AI, of course, very famous today, and you have so many issues because when you type ChatGPT, it says, I am thinking, right? Thinking. 20 years back, I had a laptop called Thinking Pad, iPad. They use such a nice words, and then our young generation gets fully confused with thoughts, thinking, what is it? No, this is not, AI is not thinking. We'll discuss that little bit. And then biomedical issues, of course, the origin of cell, how the first cell came, what actually life is. So this issue comes in every discipline today. It is not just a question in philosophy, it has penetrated everywhere. Introduction to thoughts. Okay, let us go. So it is estimated, it is not a scientific experimental data, but it says that we produce around 60,000 thoughts every day, 2,500 thoughts per hour. Now you can imagine your potential. If these thoughts are properly channelized in a positive, constructed way, so much can be done. But what happens? Where my thought goes? That person has published more paper than me. See, mostly our thoughts are wasted in negativity. That's why a lot of potential is wasted. That we'll talk in Vedanta section in the last part. Okay, so about the thoughts, there are 4 aspects we'll cover. Can we see thoughts? I told you in the beginning, my plans will be more science side. Can we really see thoughts? or at least can we detect thoughts with experiments? Can matter think? Thoughts versus thinking. This goes little precise. So we will go into this one by one. 4. Can we see thoughts? See, we should get rid of this phrase, very common, seeing is believing. This was very old phrase. Modern science has come a long way now. Most of the things in modern science you cannot see. 0.035% of the electromagnetic spectrum only you see. 0.0035 means entire infrared, ultraviolet, all those rays you don't see. Not only that, you don't see the electron. You see this laptop is working, you need electricity, which is said to be stream of electrons, but electron you don't see. You don't see 5-dimensional planes, but we work in mathematics. You don't see space, the space I am in, but we assume there is some space. So the seeing part, the limits of seeing is tremendously high, means we see very small portion of reality. So do not expect that we can see everything. 95% of reality is really unseeable. Seeing in the sense traditional way of eyes. If you go further, so my request is here, proposal is, you cannot see electromagnetic waves. Actually thoughts are even subtler than the electromagnetic waves. When I talk on mobile, see the waves are coming. This is a very simple crude example. The waves are coming, you are touching the mobile, but you cannot touch or you cannot see the electromagnetic waves, right? But they exist. Without that you cannot talk. Thoughts are even subtler than these electromagnetic waves. This is nothing. The electromagnetic wave is nothing in front of thoughts subtlety. I will show you later, try to show you little preciseness in that. If that is the case, if thoughts are very subtler than this, even electromagnetic waves and electrons and all, then there are a lot of conclusions will come out. Which we will see probably little more later. Okay, so can we detect thoughts with experiments part? That part, this is the electromagnetic spectrum I was talking, visible spectra up and down. So you see the ranges are like this. Gamma rays 10 to the power minus 11, or you can go 10 to the power minus 16. Electron range 10 to the power minus 19. The Planck's length, the space, the minimum which we have not yet probed. We are not able to go to that length, 10 to the power minus 35 meter. This is called Planck length. So this also, actually thoughts are even subtler than this Planck's length. So how will you really catch them in experiments? It's tremendously tough, but I still remain always optimistic. No, don't say cannot at all, but it seems heavily difficult. We have not touched the 10 to the power minus 35, the Planck length also. No experiment has yet probed directly below the Planck scale. Okay, this is little hard part, thought versus thinking. So let me try to be precise in this. There are 4 elements in this part, thought, thinking and all. I am taking our simple example, this brain. So one is the brain. This is a physical instrument which we can touch. I can touch my brain, your brain, and we can see. This is very clear. In this there is no doubt. It exists, right? You can put in the lab, neurons are firing. You can get you can see the neurons, not a problem. Neuron firings you can see. But next part is thoughts. Non-physical, but very subtle material particle wave-like aspect in reality. Means this is also matter, more subtle than the electromagnetic waves, but it's still matter. We cannot touch, you cannot see. Okay, but it's still matter. Thinking, a state of consciousness involves understanding or meaning aspect. that comes next level. Means thinking involves, it uses thoughts, but it is beyond thoughts. This is here consciousness aspect comes. And the fourth aspect is the person who is experiencing the thinking process. The subject, the self, the Atman, the soul, whatever word you are to use. So let me explain this with a simple example that will be more easy to clear. See, like earlier we used to have microphone, you have this microphone sound waves and the person is hearing, right? We can take modern example of mobile phone and you have electromagnetic waves and you have this person is talking, right? So now you see there are four parts in this. One is the mobile phone, the machine, the device, the physical structure with the ICs and all, right? So this you can touch and see. Similarly like our brain, I can touch and see. This is not a problem. Of course, it's not a problem means for IT companies it's a problem. They always like to make better chips. We visited Intel one or 2 years ago in America. It is so amazing. They are using machines to make machines. Means so tiny chips they cannot make by their own hands. You need very precise machines to make that tiny chips. Okay, so this is one part. Now second part is these electromagnetic waves which are going. You see, it is there. You cannot touch it, you cannot see it. So this is what it is proposing analogy for the thought. Third aspect, the talking, the hearing process or the talking process. So when I talk, of course mobile is involved, electromagnetic waves are involved, of course my mouth is involved, of course the neurons in the brains are involved, but there is something more going there in the talking. There is a conscious experience of the talking and there is some understanding involved, which machine does not have, that neither the mobile has nor the computer has. And the person who is having the experience, the hearer, the talker. So 1, 2, 3, 4, that's how we are trying to divide it in the brain, this is brain part, then the thought, then thinking, and then the core subject. That's what I mean by thought and thinking process. Next is can matter think? Well, I am very clear, though people in AI may get angry with me, they might be trying, but I am very clear, no, matter cannot think. Well, there are things like meaning. Does machine know what it is processing? We are very clear, machine does not know what it is processing. I know, I give the command prompt. So machine processes, but it does not know that it is processing. So meaning or understanding is missing. Similarly, the brain. The neurons process, firing is going on, but neurons themselves do not know that it is processing. You know. Second is purpose. Machines do not have their own purpose. Be very clear about it. In this, there is no doubt. I give the purpose. So machines don't have their own purpose, which is a consciousness aspect. Understanding, of course, this word understanding is a big thing actually. This comes as a quality of consciousness. Means there was a lot of debate between physicists about this understanding, Niels Bohr and Heisenberg. And the self-referencing means this self-referencing comes in different names in different subjects. In mathematics called self-referencing. In Vedanta, it is very close to self-realization, beginning of self-realization. And then in normal language you call self-awareness. And then in physics also it comes different names. Idea is that I have a feeling or a basic understanding that I exist. I know that I exist. Machine does not know that it exists. So that is why matter, even AI progresses a lot, very advanced, and even if they show I am thinking, be very clear that AI is not thinking. And of course there are other elements like intention and all which are okay. This is important. Is mind different from brain? So there is a lot of confusion about this. There are always scholars on this side and there are always scholars on this side. They say it has a lot of implications because if mind is just brain, everything is just dead matter and this world has no meaning finally, right? And if mind is different from brain, then how do you solve the problem of mind-body problem? I remember 30 years back, We used to have professor in philosophy. We did some philosophy courses also. You have to do, right? So it was good. So they were teaching about the mind-brain problem. I'll tell you I share with you 5 aspects. Superposition. There are 5 aspects that how mind is different from brain, means from development in modern physics mostly, and neuroscience. Superposition of thoughts, a bigger infinity, possible. There are things which are possible only in mind. There are issues in neuroscience which are not solvable without mind, and quantum live object. Let me show you some aspect. First, some of you who have physics background, they will know about it. Those who don't have, we should go through this paradox called Schrodinger's cat paradox. Very famous paradox in quantum physics. It has a lot to tell about our issues which we are talking today. Let me explain you using this same paradox. I will explain using a simple example. There is a child or there is a boy. He met a 90 years old scientist in New York, for example. He came back to India, started doing his PhD. After 10 years, he remembered that this professor was working also in the same area. Can I meet him? So after 10 years, then thought comes, that time he was 90 years old. Now he will be 100. So whether he is there or not, alive or dead, right? Because 100 years, very less people touch nowadays, right? So now in his mind, both possibilities are there. This scientist could be alive or could be dead. In the physical world, only one possibility is there, right? Either he is alive or he is dead. Your brain is in the physical world. So that means this possibility is not possible in the brain. Then where is this possibility are going on? That's why mind is there. The things which are not possible, this is extreme case, this Schrodinger paradox. Actually, why this Schrodinger paradox is coming? If you neglect that there is no mind beyond this physical structure, brain, then it becomes a paradox. Because these possibilities, both alive and dead, cannot exist in the physical world. But they are existing, and physics is very nice, very right. See what quantum physics tells you is in a crude way that at any point of time, cat alive, cat dead means the scientist alive, scientist dead, both together possible. This is the state of the system, reality. So which is not possible in the physical world. So where this possible, that means mind is there. Where these possibilities are existing beyond the physical world. Your brain is physical world, so mind is different from brain. Otherwise, where the possibility exists. So that's this is called superposition of thoughts. Means you can have in your mind many thoughts all together simultaneously, which are not possible in the physical realm at all together simultaneously. So that is why mind should exist. And of course, in quantum physics, there are a lot of nice phenomena which parallels very much the working of our mind. Probabilities, we had talked about probabilities, psi, wave function, very much parallels to the possibilities in our mind. Something has happened in this, no problem. Then there are superpositions. We have many thoughts simultaneously in our mind. Non-locality means very swift movement. I am here right now. I am thinking of the Germany or a very distant place. So very a lot of nice properties are wave nature of matter, which we discover in beginning of physics, right? That then uncertainty. So these aspects which we see in the physics, especially in quantum, they are very close to, very parallel to the properties of mind which we experience. So that is why my humble proposition is that let us not continue treating mind as a classical object. That is my request, because this is how physics was having a problem in development, that we try to remove everything what we observe to classical mindset. Means electron did not fit in the classical picture. So we are again trying to fit some section, and mind is basically this brain. No, Brain is a classical structure, mind is a quantum structure. So there you get a lot of good insights if you clear about that. Second aspect is mind is a bigger infinity, means as I told you that the amount of data in our mind is much bigger than the possible in the physical world or the physical brain. Means same example, dead man and alive man. So these two possibilities existing in the mind, but in physical world only one. So that means the data which are possible in mind is much bigger than the data which you can hold in the physical structure of brain. So mind is much bigger infinity than the physical brain. There are things in mathematics which have no physical counterpart at all. Take for example point. See, whole mathematics starts from a very simple assumption that we have a dimensionless point. Who has observed dimensionless point? We have no idea. We assume it and we build a structure and it works. But we have nothing like dimensionless point in the physical world. Purely a mind construct. Infinity, we don't have. We have no physical counterpart. Root of -1, you can say, okay, this is one bottle, we have two bottles, but where is root of -1 physical counterpart? But they work well. This comes in Schrodinger equation also, I, the imaginary number. So the mind part, the things which are only possible and even don't have physical counterpart, and they work very well. So that means what I was trying to say in all this is that mind is different from the brain. The fourth part is mind different from self. This is the question because we mostly study Western perspective. So in Western perspective, mind, self, conscious all comes under one domain, and you have physical domain, right? But in Indian domain, mind is different from self. How? There is something called in physics called von Neumann chain, von Neumann infinite chain. Von Neumann was a very brilliant physicist, computer science person. You know, computer people will know. He was in Princeton many years. So he proposed this von Neumann infinite chain. It is called. Means idea is this. Means when I observe a particle, when I observe something, suppose I observe a bottle. So now if I observe this bottle, okay, how you describe this using physics? Well, it is made up of atoms, and then atom has electrons, and then electrons are basically wave function, and which are set of possibilities. Okay, now you use, now I am seeing this bottle. Okay, how you are seeing with the eye? Then what is the eye? Okay, neurons. You go to neurons. Okay, what is neurons? Again you reduce to atoms, electrons, and then set of possibilities. Means question is, whatever instrument I am using, eye or microscope or whosoever is seeing, finally it is reducing to a set of possibilities only. So finally, who is seeing? This question is there. Who is making it saying this is bottle? This is called von Neumann infinite chain. Means who is finally observing? If I go by purely this definition of physics, I come to a point, everything is just a possibilities. So you need a definitely observer beyond this. So in technical world, this is called who collapses the wave function. Means wave function is basically nothing but a set of possibilities. So among all the possibilities, finally who decides or who make a choice, whatever word you want to use, 1 out of 10. So who is that? Which should be beyond possibilities. So that is the idea, that if mind has all the possibilities, there must be a self even beyond the mind who chooses the possibilities inside the mind. That is the idea behind this. To put a simple example, if you are on the door in the morning and then you have many possibilities, right? I can go to the library, I can go to the classroom, I can go to the garden or go to the canteen. All those possibilities are there in your mind. So simultaneously, you cannot be physically all the places together, but in your mind all possibilities are there. So first of all, in physical world it is not possible that you are simultaneously all there, so that is mind is there, all the possibilities are there. Now among all the possibilities you are choosing one possibility. Let me go to the classroom, right? So who chose that? That means that choosing person is beyond even the possibilities in the mind. That's what it is saying. And that whenever you means possibilities exist in your mind and you choose among them, all these possibilities cannot exist simultaneously in the physical world. You as an observer are even beyond your mind as you chose among your thoughts, hence mind is even different from the self who chooses or decides. In this makes a lot, this has a lot of implications in our spiritual culture, because if you can understand this, then you can you choose your thoughts which are coming to you, which one is good, and I go in that direction. Whole process of spiritual culture of channelizing, training our mind in a positive, constructive, spiritual aspect is, so many thoughts are coming, right? So unless you are above and choose where should I proceed, how will you progress? So that this comes a big way in spiritual culture about this aspect. I will share a little bit in the end. The last part, this second last part is external world really exists. So this is a not question actually in science and philosophy. This question is there. Like for example, some scholars said when nobody looks at moon, whether moon is there or not. So well, moon is there. As per modern science, moon is there. If everything is not just our perception, let me share. For this to understand, it is important to understand all the concepts in modern science, take for example physics, are based on a definition of a space. This is very important. They take space-time as the final fabric of reality. Okay. Take example force. Force is in a simple Newtonian mechanics, mass into acceleration, acceleration velocity by time, velocity distance by time. Now how you define a distance? A to B, whatever space you have, accordingly the distance will come. Means your nature of space is defining the distance, and that will define the concept of force. For example, if I have a aunt sitting on the football, and if I ask the aunt to go from A to B, the distance it will take is on the surface of the football, right? It will not cross inside and go. So that space definition will change your distance, and that will change your concept of force, right? So that means every concept is dependent on the definition of space. And to tell you shockingly, we do not agree on the definition of space in modern science, even today. We have three-dimensional space, which Newton started with, right? Build a very beautiful Newton mechanics, and it works well. Your engine works, your scooter works, electromagnetic, and all this works very well. Then Einstein came and gave a four-dimensional structure, space-time, right? It works well in the sense that he started with a wonderful mathematical framework using mathematicians' helps. And later it was also experimentally observable. It can get, okay, this is correct. So see, we had a space assumption that space is only three-dimensional in the beginning. Later Einstein came with the four-dimensional. Things change a lot, really big revolution. Today we have, after quantum mechanics came in last 100 years, we talk about even five-dimensional space or six-dimensional spaces. Why? Because it is hard to explain the phenomena of non-locality, how two particles are communicating such a vast distance even beyond the speed of light. It is difficult to explain in four-dimensional. So there are scholars who propose it is not possible in the normal four-dimensional space-time structure. Okay. Then of course our friends in string who propose string theory, they still talk today about 10, 11 dimensions. So definition of space is a question. It is not a wrong, no definition is wrong. It is only what boundaries you will stay in. If you stay in the Newton mechanics, if I deal with the bottles and this glass, balls, that is fine. But if I deal with the electrons, I have issue. If I deal with a photon, yeah, issue. If I deal with the mind, I have issue. You get the wavelength. So in fact, interestingly, we were having a dialogue with a physicist this year in Caltech. He is one of the founders of string theory, John Swartz. John Swartz. So we asked him, well, how you develop the string theory, which is proposing 11 dimensional, 10 dimensional space. So he was explaining. Then in between, we asked him, well, do you really believe there are higher dimensions, or is just a science fiction? Because many people also say it could be science fiction, there is no proof, nothing. Do you really believe there are high dimensions? And he said yes. He said, then we asked him, why? How? What is your conviction? Mathematics proves it. He said this straight. Mathematics proves it. There is no experimental proof for that. But mathematics proves it. So the big section is very clear, and big section section says these are all fiction. But mathematics proves it. That part is clear. Of course, there are higher dimension, more than 11, which mathematicians work without any laboratory, just on paper. In Vedanta also, the space is talked. We have a 3-4 dimension space, physical space, whatever space time. Then there are higher dimension space. A lot details are there about in Vedanta about space. Like Sankhya philosophy, this 24 elements means you can view it in different angles, but if you view it from a physics angle, you can name each dimension of space differently. Like 5-dimensional space, you can give it different names. In Sankhya philosophy, it looks like this. Means very nicely 6 dimension, 10 dimension, 11. Very nice description is there in Sankhya. So in this, one example is given. Very nice example is given. For example, dreams. Actually, this was one physicist was discussing about it. The dreams, when we see dreams, definitely it is not in the physical world. Then where it is? Somewhere it is, na? Everything is not false. One is experience, which is not false. Your content may be false, the experience is not false. Second is somewhere it is happening. Where it is? So there are definitely further dimensions, but to talk too much about it, it looks like more fiction. So we will not go into okay. And then Vedanta talks about the absolute space, means the space where consciousness or the self exists. So to tell you frankly, do not mind it, but actually the concept of force which we talk in modern physics is a limiting case of a bigger concept of force which is talked in our Indian culture. This is physical force which we talk, like I push a ball. There are psychological forces. There is a absolute or spiritual force also. Means you feel, for example, before the exam you have a force right inside. I want to go to movie. What is that force? It is not external physical force, right? So that force is not only physical, there is a further expansion to it, psychological plus. Similarly, all the concepts in modern science, hence external world do exist, but also subjective world do exist. So both are there. Let me cover the last section, where mind in Vedanta, in 5 minutes. So there are two questions: what is mind and how to channelize mind? This question is less talked. This question is more talked in Vedic culture, in our Indian tradition, because mind is very subtle. They have not gone too much that what is mind, what is precisely it is composed of, what substance. Too much deep is difficult, but they are more focused on how to channelize the mind. But we'll touch a little bit. So to put it precisely, what are these thought, which I said the subtle material element, more than subtle than the AM waves. There are some references which talks about Parmanu Rupam, means Mana Kana. Atoms, the particle of thought, means it's a difficult, I will explain you with a simple example. So it's called precisely Mana Kana, means the atom, the particle of thought, the thoughts are made up of particle of thought. Like light is made of photons, Manas Tattva is made up of Mana Kanas, very subtle particle of thought. Means this is a little precise, as much, this much as at least we can put it precisely. Parallelly, there was a very good scientist from Harvard, John Eccles. So he proposed this actually same, almost in that direction. Psychons. He proposed like electron, protons, we have these entities. There are particle of thoughts called psychons. He gave that name psychon, and then he has a whole philosophy, whole theory of quantum thing, how psychons act in the brain. We studied this 30 years ago during one professor Tulsi Das in IIT Kanpur. He was giving a course on that, physics and mind. So we got little idea that time, very profound. But beyond these thoughts or thinking, the consciousness aspect, this is a Vedic system. Vedic being taught in our tradition. This is the physical body with the brain, mind, the manas, the buddhi, the false ego, the identification, identity element, that I identify myself as a whatever, and then the soul or consciousness. So then there is a concept called chitta kana, means particle of consciousness. In fact, all these states like mana, like particle of mana kana, there will be different particles at every stage. And finally, our founder gave the name spiriton to give a nice scientific name, spiriton, chitta kana. Okay, this is interesting, but little, you see, sometimes you can little bit meditate on this. It is very useful. How our definition of particle or an energy has evolved in modern physics. It will give you a lot of insights, very beautiful. You see, when I take a grain of, when I take a mud or any sand or gold, whatever, I take small particle, I say this is a particle of sand, right? I say particle. Now, when I break this particle of sand, it is composed of 10 to the power 23 atoms. And that atom I also call a particle. Go inside the atom, electron I also call a particle. You go further, you see, the beauty is that photon also I call a particle, but photon has no mass. Now it has lost the property of mass, but I am still keeping the word particle. This is very interesting. See how the mass, atom has a mass 10 to the power minus 27, electron become more subtle minus 31, and photon has no mass. See the energy 10 to the power minus 10, this I am taking hydrogen atom, electron 10 to the power minus 14, photon 10 to the power minus 19. You see the interesting part, I cannot see, I cannot touch the photon, I cannot see the photon, but still I have energy. And this energy in earlier cases I used to get by mass. But now I am using as a packet of energy, just a packet h mu. Without having any mass, without I can see and touch, still I have particle which is just a packet of energy. So if I can have a particle which has no mass, no charge, but still has a energy packet, it is very much conceivable that in future we can extend it to the particle of a packet of information, just a packet of energy. Mana kana, chitta kana, whatever you want to talk. So this is the practical aspect that this Vedanta talks, that thoughts are important because it decides your happiness level. The way you think, it decides your happiness. You become asset or disturbance in the society, it decides your destiny and decides the kind of person you are in. Means if you are disturbed by others' progress, you will be never happy in this world, right? Others will you keep progressing. You also progress. What is the problem? So happiness level, your thoughts are very important. Whether you become an asset or disturbance to the society, you're a loving person, supporting person, caring person, it depends on your thoughts. Your destiny, as Bhagavad Gita mentions, right? And then where are you going finally? Where your thoughts are, there you go. And then virtuous or evil person. I will finish in 3-4 slides, that's all. And of course, practically, your thoughts also decide your physical health. Today, you know, in medical science, we have a neuroplasticity. Last 2 decades, 3 decades, it has come. Means, we used to think that this brain is a very fixed neuron structure. It is not like this. We discovered the kind of thinking you have, the neurons connections will change, the synapses will change, your brain structure will change. So, your thoughts can alter your brain, physical structure of the brain. That means whole body also. So, it affects your health, it is a precursor to your actions, it even affects the environment around you. If you are very positive, constructive, you will spread a wave of positivity, love, means constructive waves. And if you are negative, you will see everything negative. Sometimes I see people, they see negative everything. Why this hall is like this? Why this person is like this? Why this chair is like this? Then you spread yourself negative and you spread negativity. Of course, your relationships. If your thoughts are proper, you can have proper relationships. Otherwise, your relationships will break down. So, Vedanta, about reality, it talks about 3 aspects: physical, psychological, and spiritual. So, let me make it very clear. Illusion versus temporary. World is not an illusion, it is temporary. This part we should be very scientific, very clear about it. This table do exist, and otherwise I will not have laptop sitting on it. So, world is not an illusion, it is temporary. How much time the thing lives or manifests, that is different, but they exist. For example, I have given a very small structure here. A, B, C means physical. For example, if physical my body, it may live for 100 years, for example. But the psychological aspect, the mind, the intelligence may live many, many lifetimes. Actually, in Vedanta, it says that one after another we change bodies and this mind intelligence goes together. So, it may go for 100,000, many, many lives. But then there is a third aspect, spiritual aspect, the self, which actually lives forever. So, there is a important point is that it is not that this reality exists, this doesn't exist, this doesn't exist. No, all reality exists simultaneously, only time difference is there. My mind also exists, my body also exists, and I also exist. Of course, there are 2 aspects of consciousness. Infinite is very small and infinite, and they both exist eternally. I am making a strong statement, please don't mind, who are very, sometimes there is a confusion in philosophy that you are God or you can become God. I think we should get clear of that. We should be humble, otherwise we will not be able to integrate with each other. We are not God. You can become godly, but you are not God. We should be very clear about it. Otherwise, we would not have this conference. We will know physical, thoughts, reality, everything together. To end with this, synthesis of seemingly and incomprehensibly contradictory aspects. See, physics has told, mathematics has taught, see, wave particle duality. We understand, we read in our class book, but it is very profound idea. Particle is a thing which is confined in space, right? Wave is a thing which is spread out in space. How one thing can have both the features? Mind doesn't accept, or intelligence doesn't accept. But experiments prove it. You are forced to accept. Today, after 100 years, the wave particle duality is not digestible by our intellect, but you have to accept it because experimental, today thousands of experiments prove it. So, if you can accept something which is not intellectually comprehensible together, there are things in philosophy which are not intellectually comprehensible together. They can exist. Same, take parabol example in mathematics. You see, this is infinite, but it has shape. There's so much hue and cry in philosophy in our sometimes in Indian. If something is infinite, it cannot have a form, like impersonal or different schools of thought, right? You can have form also, you can have infinity also. What is the problem? Parabola is there, na? It has a form, very precise form, an infinite structure. So don't worry, I am ending in 1 minute, okay? Well, not even 1 minute. So similarly, reality in our Indian culture is actually synthesis of seemingly and incomprehensible contradictory aspects. That is what I want to share with you. We should not fight among ourselves. That reality is impersonal Brahman. No, it is Bhagwan. It is both. Infinity can have form and also can be infinite. So that aspect I wanted to bring with you, that different contradictions. So this is a conclusion. Contradictory aspects are not wrong. They are very much part, and we have lived with it last 100 years in modern physics. Reality is both objective and subjective. Reality is much bigger than we can perceive or even conceive. Besides objective aspect of reality, how much reality is revealed to us, each of us, also depends on our individual liking, preferences, interests, inclinations. This is also important. If you are not interested, nobody can convince you. And then finally, the synthesis of science, philosophy, and spiritual wisdom is called for in our exploration of reality. Means, so that's why the platform such as this, our tremendous gratitude to our teams from HSS and Bhakti Institute, that these are very, very important. Thank you very much, and sorry for extra time.
Thank you, sir. A huge thank you to Sri Varun Agarwal for that captivating synthesis of scientific excellence and spiritual wisdom. This concludes our morning schedule on a truly elevated note. I would request Dr. Ashok Khatai from Rajdhani College to kindly give a token of appreciation to Sri Varun Agarwal. Volunteer, can we have a huge round of applause? And sir, can we have it there? We have a Thank you so much, sir. With those inspiring thoughts, we now adjourn for a well-deserved lunch break from 2 to 2:45. We are running a little behind schedule. Really extremely sorry for that. Please enjoy the meal and the opportunity to network. We look forward to seeing everyone back here at 3 for the next for the next session. No, we're running late. Participants, you have your coupons in the bag, in the kit. Please kindly proceed to the foyer area. We have a little change of plan. From 3 to 4:30, we'll have the technical session, and then we will have the next keynote. So you proceed accordingly. Thank you so much. You can all proceed towards the foyer. I would repeat myself once again. So the technical session stands from 3 to 4:30 in the respective slots that you have. And after that, we'll have our final keynote for the day, which is from 4:30 onwards. And you can have your lunch in the foyer area. So kindly proceed. People have their coupons in their kit. Kindly collect that and you can proceed to the foyer area for lunch. I'll see you everybody after the lunch. Thank you.
ওই যে কি ডঙ্গলটা কোথায় চলে গেছে একটু
One question. When is Dr. Shishiro's talk? Has he arrived?
No, I think there was some problem with his flight. So I probably feel he's online.
So what time he will?
It's from 4:30. So we
4:30.
have from 3 to 4:30 we have a technical session, and from 4:30 to 5:30, and then we wrap up. It just moves because of 4:30 to 5:30. Online.
Hello, hello, hello. So for the people, everybody from who do not have, we have technical sessions now, and I believe you don't have the slots for the different technical sessions. So I'll probably just show you here, and you can go through them and check. Yes, sir. You have the list? You all have it of the technical sessions. Oh, right. I'm sorry. Then I don't have to. Thank you. Even I forgot. Yeah. You can go through the technical sessions. You can choose the theme that you want to be a part of. And the rooms are here on the right hand side and the left hand side. The room numbers are mentioned. You can go and sit through whichever session you want to. Okay? Yeah. Thank you. And we'll meet back at 4:30 after the session because we have another keynote. Here. Exactly. So you can keep your bags and go, and that's not a problem. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome back with our insightful afternoon technical sessions now concluded. We have successfully navigated the multifaceted layers of the conference from various perspectives of thought, perception, and reality. To begin our afternoon session, we are honored to have with us a scholar who operates at the very frontier where theoretical physics meets the mysteries of the mind. Professor Shishir Roy is a theoretical physicist whose work spans quantum theory, theoretical astrophysics, and cosmology, as well as the modeling of the higher order cognitive functions. His academic journey is truly global. After joining the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata in 1980, he served there as a professor of physics and applied mathematics for over 2 decades. His research took him to the Institut Henri Poincaré in Paris to work on the foundations of quantum theory, and he has collaborated with world-renowned figures such as Professor Rudolfo Linnaeus and Professor Ralph Abraham. Professor Roy is a prolific author with over 250 papers and 18 research monologues published by prestigious houses like Springer and World Scientific. His recent books such as Decision Making and Modeling, Cognitive Function, and Understanding Space-Time and Causality highlights his unique ability to bridge modern physics with ancient Indian traditions. A former Raman Pai Chair visiting professor and a recipient of the prestigious Senior Homi Bhabha Fellowship, he currently serves as a visiting professor at NIAS. Unluckily, Professor Roy could not be with us in person here, although he's still joined us online. Please join me in welcoming Professor Shishir Roy to the stage. Can I have a round of applause, please? And it is also my pleasure to introduce the chairperson for this session, Dr. Rajkumar Singh, Head School of Earth, Ocean and Climate Sciences at IIT Bhubaneswar. What makes Dr. Singh's perspectives particularly fascinating is his work on the global stage as a foraminifier specialist. He integrated Ocean Drilling Program and the International Ocean Discovery Program and represented the scientific community on major international voyages. As a shipboard scientist, he has traveled to the far reaches of our planet to study the Asian monsoon and the Pacific Antarctic circumpolar current. I welcome the chair, Dr. Rajkumar Singh, and sir, I hand it over to you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. So welcome, sir. I heard just you are unable to make it to IIT Bhubaneswar, but thank you for joining online. So I request you to start your keynote talk on the title Quantum Processes in the Brain and Consciousness Experiment. Sir, please share your slides, or you have the slide here. I think yes. Sir, you can share your slides. Yeah, it is visible, sir. I'll make it visible? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So good evening, everybody. Now, it's an honor for me to join here this conference with Bhaktivedanta Institute, Swami Jitun Dahal, and IIT Bhubaneswar. I could not go physically because of some issues, but anyhow, I tried to say something. It's a completely new area which we are exploring. The title is Quantum Physics and Sandhi, a doorway to pure consciousness. So you people might be surprised or amazed that two different words, quantum physics, two different concepts, and samadhi, or kind of sandhi as a samadhi, how they are interrelated. Now, I can remember one very famous statement by Wolfgang Pauli, who won Nobel Prize in Physics. He stated in 1955 that only acceptable point of view appears to be the one that recognizes both sides of reality, the quantitative and qualitative, the physical and psychical, as compatible with each other and can embrace them simultaneously. Pauli was that particular persons of that stature who raised the issue whether to understand the observation process in quantum theory, you need the role of psyche or mind. I mean, there are very few people in 20th century who was very much interested and who had pioneering work in the field of quantum theory. One of them was the greatest mathematicians of 20th century, John von Neumann, and then E.P. Wigner, who won Nobel Prize in Physics, and Pauli. And Pauli is considered, I mean, people used to say that he is the spiritual son of Albert Einstein. Now, what are the major issues I want to discuss? Because they are apparently very distinct subjects. One is quantum theory. Quantum theory has its own flavor, its own weird concepts, and another area is Sandhi in contemplative practices or meditation research. So I think it is better if I say something about the conceptual structure of quantum theory, and then many of you, the young people who are sitting here, they might ask me, what is the relevance of consciousness in quantum theory itself? Then I'll discuss something about recent empirical findings in cognitive science and quantum probability. And then I'll come to Sandhi and our traditional wisdom, traditional ancient Indian wisdom. And then how quantum theory and Sandhi, they have a common issue to a doorway to pure consciousness. Now, there is a famous principle called principle of superposition in quantum theory. What it says that if you look at the behavior of the microscopic entities like electrons, protons, photons, whatever, they obey a particular equation which is different from Newtonian equation. All of you know that everyday objects or larger and larger objects, they obey certain equation called Newtonian equation. But if you go to the very, very microscopic domain, like microscopic in which sense? Microscopic in the sense of their size, shape, etc. So now if you go to the very, very small entities like electrons, protons, or photons, photon is a light quanta, then you see they don't obey the Schrödinger equations. So scientists discovered a new theory called quantum theory, which is different from classical Newtonian dynamics. And in that microscopic domain, there is a principle called superposition principle. What is that? You know that in Schrödinger equations, there is a concept called wave function. It's a wave equation. That wave function satisfies Schrödinger equation. Say we want to study the motion of the electrons or protons, then its wave function associated with electrons or protons, they will obey Schrödinger equation. I mean, that wave function is a solution of Schrödinger equation. Now it is found that if the the electrons or protons, they have one attribute called spin. So we can think of a linear combinations of the two states, one depicting, say, spin in the up directions and plus another electrons with spin in the down direction. So we can think of a linear superposed states. And it is found that the superposed states is also the solutions of Schrödinger equation. And this superposition principle is a very mysterious principle. I'll tell you why I am telling it's a mystic or mysterious principle. But this is the heart of the quantum theory itself. You know that there is a famous experiment called double slit experiment. So what is double slit mean? There are two slits here. Here is one slit and another slit. Now, let us consider a source of light, or here you can put a source of which can also emit electrons or protons. And now these electrons, protons, or photons, we know they behave like the particles. But if you look at the double slit experiment, then you will find that on the back of the slit there is a screen here, and in the screen you will find a kind of interference phenomena. So what is amazing here? What is strange here? Strange thing is that though electrons or photons, they are considered as particles, but they can also produce interference. So what? The reason is that if we want to have interference of light, it has to be wave character. So the electrons, protons or photons, microscopic entities, they behave not only like particle as a particle, but also they behave like wave. So this kind of dualistic character is there. This is first time we heard it is proposed by famous scientist Louis de Broglie, and then it was experimentally verified. Now, Schrödinger, the father of one of the fathers of modern quantum theory, he suggested one thought experiment. We say Gadenkin experiment. Gadenkin experiment is a thought experiment. So one day he went to Niels Bohr, I think, or Albert Einstein, I can't remember, and he was discussing a kind of thought experiment where he said that let us consider a cat. A cat is put in a box, and now there is a chamber inside the box which can trigger the passage of poison gas. Now you close the box, and from outside the box, you trigger the poison chamber inside the big chamber. Now what will happen? The poisonous gas will either kill the cat or cat will be alive. How do you know that? If you open the container or the chamber, then you will see either the cat is in the living state or it is in the dead state. But according to superposition principles, you can think of an wave function or intermediate state which is superpositions of both living and dead state. This is called Schrödinger cat paradox. So what is the paradox? I mean, Bohr came to the rescue of this phenomena. He told that only if you open up the chamber means it's a kind of measurement process or observation process. So if you only make any measurement, and as the measurement is a macroscopic process, hence you will get either it is in the dead state or in a living state. But this is very, very paradoxical situation to the common people, because you can have a wave function which is superpositions of both dead and living state. Now we'll see how these kind of intermediate states gives a lot of insights and debate among us, and people will think of whether we need the role of the mind to understand this object, to phenomena, what is happening there. Because if you look through an instrument or through your sensory organs, like what is happening inside the chamber, then some information or some stimulus will follow in a retina, and then there are many, many receptors in the retina. Those will activated, and then the ion should be propagated through actions. It will come to the central nervous systems of the brain, and then we will say whether it is in up or down state, or it is in cat in the living or dead state. So von Neumann, Wigner, and Pauli, they raised whether we should consider the role of psyche in understand the observation process in quantum theory. This is the starting point of the whole debate. Now there are a lot of debates, and many people, they did not take it very seriously. They thought that, okay, we have a formalism which gives, quantum theory gives us, and that you can have a prediction of the formalisms for understanding certain phenomena, and that prediction can be verified experimentally. So why should go for this kind of metaphysical things like role of psyche or how consciousness is involved there? So that's why many scientists, or the hardcore scientists who are working in the foundation of quantum theory, they did not take much interest. But by the end of 20th century, the new interest came up. And this is another paper or another phenomena which also rose lot of interest, called EPR and non-locality in quantum theory. What is EPR? EPR is a very abbreviated form. It is Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen, three scientists. They devised one kind of, again, thought experiment, Gadankin experiment. And in a very simple term, what we can say, that there is a source where, suppose you take two electrons and make a singlet state, and now you take one electron to one end, very, very far away, and another electron to other directions. So what will happen? If you want to measure anything, any attribute of the, say, left-hand electron, left side electrons, you will be able to know what is going to happen on the right side electron. Though they are not physically connected and the separation is many, many miles. The first successful experiment was done in Geneva Lake. Nicolas Gichon and his collaborators, they did experiments and found that even they are, they put the cable underlying the Geneva Lake, and they found that even they are around 12 kilometers each other, the two electrons, still they seem to be connected. And now many, many sophisticated experiments have been done, and it is possible that if you do something here in Earth, something will happen in a satellite. Chinese scientists also, they did this kind of experiment. Then people use the term non-locality. It's not local, it's not happening in the same place, or it is not connected physically, but it can influence the other phenomena too, other microscopic entities too. This is a kind of metaphysical concept, because in physics, if you want to send some information from one particle to another particle, that the information should proceed with a speed which is limited by speed of light. Because Einstein, when he discovered special theory of relativity, he had two basic assumptions. One, that speed of light has a maximum speed, and it's finite. So if something happens to the left-hand electron or left side particle, and if the information should obey these causal principles, then it cannot happen instantaneously. So it breaks down the causality in the usual sense, in the Einsteinian sense. So this is a metaphysical concept. Now, it is found that in the microscopic domain, every entities, like electrons, protons, photons, etc., they seem to be connected, as I told, in Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen paradox or phenomena. It means that every entity in the microscopic domain, they are interconnected, somehow interconnected. We don't know how to explain it. So this interconnectedness is very important philosophical concept. Like any kind of quantum entanglement, we say there is new concept that these two entities are entangled, are related, and they have interconnections. So in Advaita Vedanta, it is also said that a reality which is, everything is connected to each other, and it's a kind of non-dual unity. So there is a formal similarity between the quantum entanglement or quantum non-locality and Advaita Vedanta. many scopes are there to understand. If you look at the Buddhist philosophy, there is a term called concept called pratitta samutpado. I mean, in English, it is known as dependent origination. So nothing exists independently. Everything is connected to each other. Maybe in some other places we can discuss more about philosophical discussions of this kind of interconnectedness in the microscopic domain and interconnectedness we discuss in Advaita Vedanta or in Buddhist philosophy. Now, let us come to another field, quantum cognitions. You know that there is a very recent development. Yeah. It is found that in case of human decision making, suppose you want to decide, there are many possibilities, and you want to decide which one is right or which one you like to decide. So this is called decision making. How do you do it? And where it happens? It happens in the cognitive domain. Now, there are many experimental groups around, at least I know 6 experimental groups all over Europe, USA, and some in India too. There they found that for case of decision making, suppose you are giving several choices, several possibilities. Now you have to select one. And this kind of decision making, say for example in gambling, this decision making data from different experiments showed that this logic of this decision making does not obey Boolean logic. What is, I mean, I am talking about new thing, Boolean logic. What is Boolean logic? In modern day computer, your laptop, you are doing, you will say that either this will happen or this will not happen. It won't happen. So we say we have 2 values. One is either 0, truth value, another is truth value is 1. But in case of this cognition, domain of cognition, it is found that this logic is not yes or no. It's not Boolean logic. We say non-Boolean logic. Non-Boolean logic means some intermediate states might happen. And again, you see that in our Indian traditions, there are many schools of philosophy. Say in Buddhist philosophy, there is a logic called Chatuskoti. Chatuskoti in modern terminology of logic, it is called 4-valued logic. Yes, no, and like that way. And even there is another schools of philosophy in India called Jain logic school. In Jain logic, there is a concept called Shadvad, means it's a logic which is 7-valued logic. So in our own traditions, we have this kind of logic. And now why I am bringing in the domain of quantum theory? Because in quantum theory, when we say that when we observe whether cat is dead or alive, it becomes 2-valued logic, either dead or it's alive. But now if you consider the superposition principle, there is intermediate state or superposed state. Superposed state where, just a minute, where we have not only 1 or 0 state, yes or no, there is in between. So in quantum logic, it is called 3-valued logic. So it is not simply Boolean logic. So what happens in our decision making or any kind of gambling, you go there for any kind of gambling, it is found that logic in our brain, in the cognitive domain, it's not Boolean logic. It's the logic which we do in computer. No, it is not that. And now, if you want to know more about the experiments, I have published a book called Decision Making and Modeling in Cognitive Science, published by Springer. You can go through it, and I have discussed many experimental setup and how from the data analysis people can say the logic in the brain or in the cognitive domain, it's non-Boolean logic. It's not Boolean logic. Now, again, we are going to philosophical implications. In Bhagavad Gita, there is a term called equanimity. What is called equanimity in our terminology in Sanskrit, sthitodhi. So, when Krishna, he was telling to Arjuna, perform action, O Arjuna, being steadfast in yoga, abandoning attachment and balanced in success or failure, such equanimity is called yoga. So this sthitodhi means you don't have bias to any of the attachments in the family, like the famous example of King Janaka. King Janaka, he said it is said he was a sthitodhi person, means he doesn't have any bias towards any kind of possibility. So independent of bias, he can make the judgment and he runs his kingdom. So that is called equanimous state. So equanimity is a kind of intermediate state, what we see in the case of quantum cognitive domain. And same thing, if you go to Buddhist philosophy, there is a word, Sanskrit word called upeksha or upekha in Pali. This is called like neutral mind in Buddhist philosophy. So this is similar to like the sthitodhi in Bhagavad Gita. Now the question comes, how about intermediate states? And I am saying in the cognitive domain. Cognitive domains means what is happening in the neuron dynamics in our brain. Because you know, the brain consists of billions of nerve cells called neurons. And when we have to take any decisions or we look into an object, cognize any object, the neurons will be activated and there will be firing of the neuron. So what happens when we say the intermediate state is applicable to decision making? This is very interesting, and I mean, there is a lot of scope to think about this. Suppose I ask you, are you happy? You say, well. If I say, are you unhappy? Well, so I can think of a state as a linear combination of happiness plus unhappiness. Now, according to superposition principle, we can think of a state as neither happy nor unhappy. But what happens to the neuronal level? What happens to cellular level? We don't know, because even in case of cognitive activities, nobody knows what happens to the cellular level, single cell level. We know the collective activities only. This is one of the challenging issues in modern neuroscience. Now, I am directly going to the concept sandhi, or interval between two thoughts. It is found that if you look at the two thoughts, then there is a gap between two thoughts. This is called sandhi. And in between the two thoughts, there is a state called unthinking state. And our rishis, or the great sages, they called that if you can meditate on this intermediate state, which is neither this or that, then you will experience pure consciousness. So this is called meditation on sandhi. Sandhi means junction or conjunction between the two thoughts. And Yoga Vasishtha also, this is also described. When all ideations, figurations and imaginations subside, there is a state like one inside a stone, but devoid of inertness, jaro and sleep, which is considered state of pure consciousness. And also you can get it from Laghuvakya Vritti. There are a lot of such aphorisms from where you can get that there are in between the two states. Now this is a very good example. There is a garland of pearls, and now you see that here as if the pearls are continuous, but if you look in a deeper level, there is a gap between two pearls. So what does it mean? That this garland is connected, pearls are connected by a thread. Here the thread is consciousness. So they say that if you meditate on the junction between the two pearls, then you will get a thoughtless state called pure consciousness. And there is another yogic method. You know Adi Shankaracharya, one of the greatest intellectual in India. He wrote a book where he was describing this kind of thoughtless state called Kevala Kumbhaka. What is Kevala Kumbhaka? Kumbhaka means, you inhale and then exhale. So there is a gap between inhalation, exhalation. But by doing this kind of practice, you can get suddenly a state. It does not depend on your practice. It suddenly appears, spontaneously appears. The state which is neither inhalation nor exhalation. This is called Kevala Kumbhaka. So Kevala Kumbhaka is also a samadhi state, and which is pure consciousness. So I can summarize the whole thing. Sandhi and Indic wisdom or Indian knowledge systems. Sandhi in Indian wisdom, meaning junction, I told you connections or union, provides a philosophical parallel to the key ideas in quantum theory. In which sense? Because in quantum theory, we have a kind of superposed states or superposed states of mutually exclusive states like electrons in up directions, or cat in the living state, or cat in the dead state. And moreover, this is the sandhi or conjunction or union. This is in a phenomena of interconnected phenomena, like a garland with pearl. As such, you will see the pearls are continuously there. But if you look very carefully, there are gap in the two pearls, gap between the two pearls. That is called junction. And so it is between the two thoughts in cognitive domain. There is one state which is devoid of any kind of thoughts, or say pure consciousness. So in Advaita philosophy, in higher physical sense, the idea of sandhi represents with non-dualistic principles of unity, where the apparent separation of object is an illusion and all is ultimately a manifestation of single universal reality or Brahman. And also in Mandukya Upanishad, there are a lot of discussions where you can find this kind of junctions. Or even in Buddhist philosophy, in Mandukya Upanishad, they describe like awakening state and sleep. There is a junction between awakening and sleep, or REM sleep and deep sleep, or between life and death. In Buddhist tradition, Tibetan Buddhist traditions, they called a state called Bardo. Bardo means in between. So there is a meditation technique where you can have the Bardo experience in between life and death. These are all examples of sandhi. So in both Indian tradition, Hindu tradition, as well as Buddhist tradition, they discussed a lot regarding this sandhi. And this sandhi is something like the intermediate states in quantum theory. But yeah, I have made a kind of tabular form. In sandhi, in Vedanta philosophy, we have subjective experience, spiritual or philosophical domain, and in quantum theory, superposition, objective physical reality. Now, nature of the state in sandhi a transition point or a junction or a gap in the mental processes. But in quantum domain or microscopic domain, a fundamental physical state before measurement. Then what is the outcome? Outcome, in case of Sandhi, it leads to the realization of a pre-existing external reality called Turiya. And in superposed states in quantum theory, you say collapses into single definite state upon measurement. Because as I told you, that in the box, the cat may be in the dead state or living state, and there is a state called in superposition of living and dead state. Now, if you want to observe what is happening, then it will collapse to a particular stage, either in the dead or living state. So, is a superpositions of all the possibilities. And now, when to observe it according to quantum theory, then it will reduces, so it will collapse to either of the possibility, any of the possibility. So the pure conscious state, consciousness, what we say, this means there exist all kinds of possibilities. And what is the methodology? Methodology in Vedanta philosophy is gained through introspection, meditation, and direct experience. On the other hand, in quantum theory or in a microscopic domain or physical science, we don't say introspection, we say empiricism, described by rigorous mathematics and verified by experiments. Now, there is a deep question. Any of you can ask me, and it's very, very deep. Deep in the sense that when you say that intermediate state in quantum theory, it's a mathematical framework, and it satisfies Schrödinger equation. Now people say, what is happening there in mental or psychic domain, they are not like physical state in quantum theory. So how do you relate even from the metaphorical sense? One thing you should note that the linear superposed state, I mean psi of the cat or living or dead state of the cat, when we say this is also solution of Schrödinger equations, we cannot say that this is real happening in cognitive domain. This is very important because when you say all the possibilities between the two thoughts, and this is a thoughtless state, we say this is beyond cognitive domain. This is a formal similarity. When, what do we know beyond cognitive domain? I mean, in contemplative practices, say in meditation, broadly speaking, there are two categories of meditation. One is called sampragyata samadhi, another asampragyata samadhi, means sabikalpa samadhi and nirvikalpa samadhi. And sabikalpa samadhi, it is found that they are within our cognitive domain. But if you go beyond sabikalpa samadhi, nirvikalpa samadhi, it is beyond cognitive domain. So what is this intermediate states, pure consciousness, it is beyond cognitive domain. That's why they say in Bhagavad Gita or other text that it is beyond description with the language. Because when you say language puts some limitation. But that is, you cannot put any limitations there. These are very deep questions. And I will say later on, after few slides, that how even we are going to do experiments analyzing the data from EEG and see whether we can get signature of these kind of things. Now, let me summarize. When we say Sandhi, junction of the states, Sandhi is a fleeting moment of pure, undifferentiated awareness between the states of waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. It is a potential gateway to Turiya, the transcendental consciousness, the underlying non-dual reality of existence. And in this moment, the usual mind state have ceased. But in Turiya, it's a kind of transcendental nature, and it is beyond mind. But if you say me that in quantum superposition, we are writing mathematically a state consisting of the two states like dead and living state. So how can you relate it? Relate in the sense that the mathematical function, when you construct a mathematical function, you cannot say that it is in the physical universe or physical domain. So this is the another fascinating debate coming up, that whether mathematics is creation of the human mind or it is like laws of nature which is beyond the human mind. This is a debate is coming up. And we are saying that the superposed state of the wave function, this is a mathematical construct, and we do not know whether it is really in the cognitive domain. Most probably it is not in the cognitive domain. That's why we are comparing in a metaphorical sense with the sandhi or kind of junction in our philosophical traditions and quantum superpositions in highly developed mathematical framework. Okay. Now, there is a very interesting and fascinating paper. It is published last year by a group of people, neuroscientists, led by Christoph Koch and Crick and Koch, that famous, neuroscientist. Around 5 or 10 people, they wrote the paper published in the journal Entropy last year, 2024. So they said, title of the paper was Testing the Conjecture that Quantum Processes Create Conscious Experience. Up till now, I didn't say that how quantum processes creates, conscious experience. What I said, that many big people like John von Neumann, like E.P. Wigner, like Wolfgang Pauli, they thought that to make a formalism, comprehensive formalism in quantum theory, you need to consider the role of psyche or mind. But how conscious experience come up, nobody knows. And Christoph Koch, they tried to understand that. Also, they told that maybe the intermediate state or superposed state quantum theory, if you study that one, that will give some new insights. Now, you may ask me, why quantum mechanics in the brain? Because we know this quantum theory, like Newtonian dynamics, Newtonian mechanics, this behavior of the entities, of everyday object is governed by Newtonian dynamics, and the behavior of the microscopic entity that is governed by Schrödinger equation, that is quantum equation, which is completely different from Newtonian equation. You cannot deduce Newtonian equation starting from quantum equation or in the reverse way. So why quantum mechanics in the brain? Many people are nowadays thinking. One reason is that the observation process is involved in any kind of measurement process, whether in classical domain, everybody object, or in the microscopic domain. So ultimately, you need to consider a kind of quantum theory to understand that. Because I told you in quantum cognitive domain, again, the logic is non-Boolean and like quantum logic. And this has been done or found experimentally from at least 6 different groups all over the world. So, if I say that anyhow quantum process can generate conscious experience, how do you do that? There are 2-3 ways people started. One is by called Hamarov and Penrose model. They consider that within the brain, within the cell, there are small tubes called microtubules, and then microtubules are kind of very sealed tubules. What is meant by sealed? Because if you send any information or any signal through these tubes, it is such that the outside disturbances will not disturb what is going on inside it. So they said that the arrangements of microtubules can generate conscious experience. But a lot of debates have arisen, and most of the community, they don't accept this kind of mechanism. So what else? We proposed another called ion channel and quantum processes. What is ion channel and quantum processes? Now, if you go to the real brain and real neurons mean nerve cells, within the nerve cells, there are several nanopores, nanotubes, tubes in the nanoscale. And this is, called potassium ion channel. There are several such ion channels, potassium, sodium, calcium, etc. So what is the function of these ion channels in the brain? These ion channels, they are responsible for information propagation in the brain. So they play a very important role. And this is the structure of the potassium ion channel. So we worked on the potassium ion channel, and from the physiological data, it's not speculation. I am telling you, we have not taken any speculative ideas. What we have done, that we took the data. Data means what happens in the ion channel. There are two gates on the two sides of the tube in the scale of nanoscale. Now, suppose one ion, say potassium ion, they come, then when the gate is open, it enters into the channel, then gate is closed. And then from the other side, the ion will be coming out. This way, all types of channel works. And they play important role in propagating information in the brain. Now, what we did in physics, I mean, whether you have some elementary knowledge of physics, I think all of you, there is a methodology called dimensional analysis. What is dimensional analysis? We know that in this physical world, you have several dimensions like mass, length, etc., or time. Now, in physics, we have a term called action. So here, the action is called mass into length square by inverse of time. This is the definition of action. And now, if we consider that ions are entering into the channel or pores, these are pores in a protein and in a nanoscale. If we take the data from observational point of view, this is not our data, this is standard physiological data, then we calculated the action, and you will be surprised to know that this action is exactly order of the Planck constant. Okay, so initially we thought it might be a coincidence. How this happens? But we checked it repeatedly. We took the various standard data, standard textbook, and we found that the action is nothing but Planck constant. So what is the implication? Implication is like, even, at least at the single ion channel level, the process is quantum mechanical. Now, then you will jump to some other queries, questions like, well, at the single ion channel level, you are getting the quantum mechanical process. But even a single neuron consists of several hundreds of ion channels or thousands of ion channels. So whether this signature of the quantum processes will be blurred because of the averaging over the ion channels. This is still a very fascinating issue, and this is known as bridging the level. What is meant by that? As I told you, having established that translocation of single ions through permeation pathway of channels is quantum mechanical, do the corresponding state function relate to the classical membrane voltage? I mean, you are coming to different. The issue is how these, or whether these quantum mechanical processes can also be responsible in understanding the functioning of the brain. This is a very serious and debatable issue. We published a paper where we showed clearly that how you can get it, and also some neuroscientists in Germany recently they have shown that even this kind of properties or processes in a single ion channel level can have influence in the cognitive domain. Like one example, this like a tube on the both sides there are gating. So opening and closing of the gates happen. And now it is found from the data that opening and closing of the gates is a random process. More specifically, is a Markovian process. And they claimed that this randomness or this is a kind of noise is coming up even at the level of cognition, because we don't know how the cognition happens at the single cellular level, but we know there is collections of cells. So this is one of the fascinating areas where you can find that even in the brain there are some quantum mechanical process. And then, okay, fine, these are kind of theoretical, you can say jugglery or something, or some findings. Okay, fine. But can you do real laboratory experiments? Yes, we are doing in Bangalore. What we are doing, if you have any knowledge of the meditation experiments, people what they are doing, and they are putting some subjects, some meditators under the scanner. Scanner means like EEG machine or fMRI or MEG machines. And they are looking what is happening in the brain during the meditations. But all over the world, there is a kind of protocol when they use any EEG machine, even in the hospitals, not in the meditation itself. In the hospitals, when they use EEG machine, there is an algorithm by which they can separate the periodic signal part and aperiodic signal part. A periodic signal part they call it noise. But a very small group of neuroscientists in USA from USLA, California, they, out of curiosity, they were looking into what is happening in this the thrown out part, the aperiodic part. And a completely new line of research came up. They found that even in the aperiodic part, which even nowadays people thrown away in all the hospitals data, it contains some information. Information is that they studied 1 by f, where f is the frequency. So gradient of 1 by f changes during neuronal degeneration, like memory loss and other type of degeneration. So this 1 by f part plays very important role. I mean, a periodic part in the signal plays a very important role. So what we are going to do with that? We are taking the meditation data from EEG or fMRI, and we are looking during meditation how this 1 by f gradient changes. So physically what it means, if you have any engineering knowledge or science knowledge, 1 by f, people get a spectrum from 1 by f called pink noise, red noise, brown noise, or white noise. So you can study the different spectrum of noises. And this, starting from spectral noises, we can get a lot of information. So information as if in the noise itself. Now, what is the connections with the Sandhi and intermediate state I am speaking? Because now if you take data like Sandhi, somebody is meditating on that gap, like life and death, or sleep and awakening state, or in popular way, say Yoganidra. Then we take the data. Data is available, but we are looking for more rigorous data. And from the data, we will see how 1 by f changes. Whether it is a white spectrum or this is red or pink, whichever the noise spectrum. From that we can say that different stages of consciousness, you can get really deep insight of that. So, as I told you, noise analysis and new vistas. So in Berkeley, they are doing this kind of things. Now we are doing these things in case of meditation. But again, the problem is to get such a deep meditator from, people will say, okay, my meditation is deep. Somebody will say, no, my meditation, I am a deep meditator. But is it possible to characterize the depth of the meditators? This is a big challenge in modern day neuroscience as well as working in cognitive science. So thank you. If you have any questions, query, you can ask me.
Thank you, Professor Roy, for connecting that quantum theory, this awareness, quantum cognitions, and also like you connected it to Sandhi and that quantum processes that cause the conscious experience. Now I ask the audience to have any questions. Yeah, or yeah.
Yeah, hello, sir. So, sir,
Hello.
I want
Yeah.
I want to ask that as you told that this quantum cognition field is now established, isn't it, by experimental methods? So, in mainstream science, this subject is going to be taught to in the colleges or somewhere else.
Yes. As far as I know that IIT Mandi, they are doing, they are teaching the courses.
Any other questions? Okay. So thank you, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
There one more question, sir.
Okay.
So this 7-valued logic that you mentioned, what is the reference you are indicating, sir?
If you go to Jain philosophy,
Okay.
there is a concept called Sadvad. And it has been again studied by different logical school in Europe. Especially if you look at the Polish, the school, Poland, logic school from Poland, they are studying many valued logic. Even they studied rigorously the Buddhist logic, Chatuskoti, which is 4-valued logic. And also now in terms of the modern, because when you say Chatuskoti or Jain logic, it is not in terms of our modern logical notions, but now they decipher it and they found in terms of the modern logical terminology, that's why they found it 7-valued logic, and or 4-valued in case of Buddhist logic.
Sir, I have one last question that when you told about everything is connected in a non-locality, we say that foundationally everything is connected, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but according to this, hidden variables, it says that non-locality cannot be explained by any hidden variables. So, foundationally, not everything is connected, something like that. I'm getting confused here.
No, because hidden variable theory is already discarded. Okay, in understanding EPR. So somehow they are connected, even there is no physical connection. So one possibility, like maybe the space-time structure we are using, that might be different in case of non-locality. And still we don't know. But as if there is a kind of connectivity. How they are connected, we don't know. Maybe this is the reality.
People say that it is connected somewhere outside space-time, something like that.
No, this is speculation.
Okay.
I mean, this is not in the proper scientific domain. That I can tell you.
So something mind-like phenomena, mistake, as you told it, is it playing role somewhere else? Like
Mind-like, again, the issue is, I mean, when I was in USA, then my next door office was occupied by very famous brain researcher. He is no more. His name is Carl Pribram, who introduced the the brain. He did wrote lot of books and did lot of works in brain functions, and he gave holographic model of the brain function. So once in a week he used to come to my office and ask me, "Shishi, tell me, where is my mind? Is it in the neuronal domain or something beyond?" That issue, maybe it can be resolved within the domain of Indian philosophy, but not in the Cartesian sense.
Thank you, sir. Any audience having any other questions? Okay. Thank you, sir. You have very nicely connected the Vedanta philosophy and quantum physics, and you make them understand like that Boolean logic we said, the 0 or 1, and that what is in between and all these things, how it is related to the Vedanta philosophy. So thank you very much. Now to the organizers.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir, for connecting with us. Thank you, Professor Roy, for that intellectually stimulating keynote, and Dr. Rajkumar Singh for your expert moderation for this final plenary session. As we conclude this segment, I would like to take a moment to extend our deepest gratitude to all our keynote speakers today, Professor Narayan Srinivasan, Professor Pius V. Thomas, Sri Arun Agarwal, and Professor Shishi Roy. Can I have a huge round of applause for all of them? Thank you. Your diverse perspectives on physics, philosophy, spirituality, and cognitive sciences have provided a truly holistic foundation for this conference. We also thank our session chairs, Dr. Aparna Pandey, Dr. Amrita Satpathy, and Dr. Rajkumar Singh for their invaluable contribution guiding these discussions. Finally, to celebrate the enlightening conclusion of our first day, which got like really long at this point, we invite you all to join us for a high tea and networking break. This will be a wonderful opportunity to discuss the day's presentations in a more informal setting and connect with colleagues from across the globe. And we are also delighted to invite you to the gala dinner, which will be held here at Lalitgiri Hall of Learning. It promises to be an evening of wonderful food and continuous conversation in a beautiful setting. Thank you all. And we retire for today. Thank you.
So thank you, everybody.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for connecting, sir. And you can't be a part of the dinner because we are having it here.
I can
Yes, sir.
connect to
Yes,
non-local
sir.
connections, maybe.
Yes, next chance maybe. Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
Okay.
Good night.
Goodbye.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. There are also book tables outside, so you can sort of go through them and look at the different books that are available. It sort of talks about the different sessions that we have had in depth, some of them. So yeah, we have tea right now. The dinner will be served from 7 o'clock onwards. So you can go about the campus, come back. The dinner is till 8:30, so you have your time. You can look around, go there, and yeah. And we will see you tomorrow again at 8:45 in the morning. Thank you so much.